Before Nepal became the nation. Omar Farooq Duman. Before Nepal became the nation we recognize today, the name Nepal referred to something far smaller. It described only the Kathmandu Valley, a secluded basin hidden deep within the Himalayas. This ancient kingdom covered a relatively modest area, yet it became one of the most remarkable centers of civilization in South Asia. Protected by towering mountains and dense forests, the valley remained isolated from the outside world for centuries. Despite these natural barriers, it supported a surprisingly large population and nurtured a sophisticated culture that flourished in its own distinctive way. Reaching the valley was never easy. Travelers approaching from the south first had to cross the rugged foothills of the Himalayas, including the formidable Mahabharat Range and neighboring ridges before finally descending into the basin. Even after footpaths were established, the journey remained exhausting and dangerous. Ancient traditions describe routes haunted by wild animals and remote tribal communities, making travel a risky undertaking. Buddhist stories even recount that the Buddha discouraged some of his followers from attempting the crossing because of the hardships and dangers waiting along the mountain trails. Yet anyone who managed to enter the valley found a landscape unlike any other in the central Himalayas. Broad, level plains stretched across fertile ground, watered by countless streams flowing from the northern mountains. The climate was generally cool, but rainfall was plentiful enough to support dense vegetation and productive agriculture. Rich deposits of alluvial soil made farming exceptionally successful, while the local clay proved ideal for producing durable bricks. As a result, brick rather than stone became the dominant building material, giving the settlements of ancient Nepal a distinctive architectural character that differed from many neighboring regions. These favorable natural conditions transformed the Kathmandu Valley into an attractive destination for settlers from very early times. Generation after generation, different groups found their way into this isolated basin, each contributing something new to its society. Rather than remaining culturally uniform, the valley gradually developed into a meeting place where traditions blended together, creating a civilization shaped by centuries of migration and adaptation. The earliest arrivals were unlikely to have been large organized populations. More probably, they consisted of adventurous families or small communities willing to face the difficult mountain routes. The Bagmati River, carving its way south through the hills, most likely provided the easiest entrance into the valley and served as the main gateway for these pioneers. The first inhabitants, however, were not Indo-Aryans. Archaeological and historical evidence suggests that the earliest communities shared close ties with ancient tribal populations such as the Kols and Peels of the Indian subcontinent. Over time, groups with Dravidian roots also settled in the region. Later still came migrants speaking Tibeto-Burman languages. Many of these people had previously moved into northeastern India before gradually spreading westward through the Himalayan foothills. Eventually, some continued north into the Kathmandu Valley by following the upper reaches of the Bagmati River. Each wave of newcomers left its mark, gradually shaping the valley's ethnic and cultural identity. The valley itself tells an even older story. Geological evidence indicates that the entire basin was once occupied by a vast lake. Only a handful of hills rose above the water, standing like islands surrounded by an inland sea. As the waters eventually drained away through the gorge carved by the Bagmati River, they left behind deep layers of fertile sediment. This natural transformation produced exceptionally rich farmland, capable of yielding multiple harvests throughout the year. In many ways, the physical environment laid the foundation upon which Nepalese civilization would later emerge. Without the Bagmati River cutting its passage through the surrounding mountains, the valley might have remained almost completely isolated from neighboring civilizations. Instead, ideas, technologies, and religious traditions gradually filtered into the region without requiring large-scale population movements. Unlike many other parts of South Asia, the Kathmandu Valley experienced relatively little migration from the major cultural centers of western and northern India. Although a handful of ruling families and noble lineages from India occasionally established themselves in Nepal and exercised considerable political and cultural influence, they represented only a small elite rather than a mass migration. Their customs, religious beliefs, and administrative systems spread widely, but the local population itself remained largely unchanged in its ethnic composition. Because contact between the indigenous inhabitants and the Aryan populations of the Indian plains remained limited, the physical appearance of the valley's people continued to reflect a mixture of earlier populations. Their ancestry combined elements associated with Indo-Mongoloid communities as well as older Dravidian and Austroasiatic groups, preserving a unique ethnic identity even while absorbing many outside cultural influences. Long before many surrounding regions reached comparable levels of development, the Kathmandu Valley had already become home to thriving towns and organized urban life. Agriculture formed the backbone of the economy, supporting villages, artisans, merchants, and eventually prosperous cities. Like many ancient civilizations, however, economic progress was often slowed by internal rivalries and conservative elites determined to preserve traditional social structures. Even so, the valley developed a civilization closely connected to the broader traditions of ancient India while still maintaining its own local characteristics. Nature also favored this remarkable basin. Major floods and prolonged droughts were relatively uncommon, allowing agriculture to remain productive year after year. Winters could be harsh, but the spring and summer seasons provided excellent conditions for farming and daily life. Reliable harvests created food surpluses that supported specialized crafts, monumental architecture, religious institutions, and an aristocratic class able to patronize artists and craftsmen. Sculpture, architecture, and fine arts flourished, reflecting both local creativity and influences arriving from the Indian subcontinent. Many of the political institutions and cultural traditions introduced by rulers from the south gradually became woven into Nepalese society. Rather than replacing local customs, these influences merged with long-established traditions. The result was not simply an extension of Indian civilization into the Himalayas, but a culture that selectively adopted outside ideas while preserving its own distinctive identity. Throughout most of antiquity, communication with India remained far easier than travel across the towering Himalayan barrier to the north. Regular exchanges carried merchants, pilgrims, scholars, and religious teachers into the valley, ensuring that Indian philosophy, literature, religion, and artistic styles played a central role in shaping Nepalese civilization. By contrast, meaningful contact with Tibet remained extremely limited until around the 7th century AD, when political developments and expanding trade routes opened new channels across the mountains. Once these northern connections strengthened, Tibetan religious traditions, particularly forms of Buddhism that later evolved into Lamaism, began influencing the valley as well. Rather than abandoning its older heritage, Nepal absorbed these new elements into an already diverse cultural landscape. Over time, Kathmandu developed into a unique crossroads where Indian and Tibetan traditions met, interacted, and blended with older local customs. The civilization that emerged from this remarkable process belonged neither entirely to India nor entirely to Tibet. It was something uniquely Nepalese. Rooted in the fertile Kathmandu Valley, shaped by centuries of migration, protected by geography, and enriched through selective cultural exchange, ancient Nepal forged an identity unlike any other in the Himalayan world, one that preserved echoes of multiple civilizations while creating a tradition entirely its own. Although the customs and traditions of the Newar people preserve many echoes of ancient Nepal, the earliest chapter of the Kathmandu Valley's history remains largely hidden. Archaeological exploration has been limited, leaving historians with far more questions than answers. The exact date when the first people settled in the valley is still unknown, and it is impossible to determine whether those pioneers arrived as nomadic herders, early farmers, or members of already established communities. Even so, surviving traditions and comparisons with tribal societies in eastern India provide valuable clues about how life may have begun in this isolated Himalayan basin. The earliest settlers appear to have been more advanced than one might expect for such a remote region. They possessed pottery-making techniques that relied on the potter's wheel, producing decorated vessels rather than simple hand-shaped containers. They also demonstrated considerable skill in working with copper and bronze, while wood carving and metal craftsmanship gradually became important parts of daily life. The valley's rich clay deposits encouraged the production of strong, high-quality ceramics, helping pottery evolve into one of the defining crafts of early Nepalese society. Agriculture formed the foundation of this civilization, yet it developed in ways that differed from many neighboring regions. Farmers relied heavily on large spades and sturdy wooden tools to prepare the fields instead of animal-powered plows. Oxen were not commonly used for cultivation, possibly because the fertile soil required deeper digging than traditional plowing could achieve. Another possibility is that these communities continued farming methods inherited from northeastern India, where hand tools had long been favored over draft animals. Whatever the reason, agriculture adapted to local conditions rather than simply copying practices from elsewhere. The people also domesticated a variety of animals that supported everyday life. Water buffalo became particularly valuable, providing both milk and meat. Rice and wheat formed the principal crops, while other grains gradually became part of the agricultural landscape. Domestic birds such as chickens and ducks were also raised, contributing to a varied and dependable food supply that sustained the growing population. As new migrants gradually entered the Kathmandu Valley from the Indian plains, society began to change. These newcomers did not arrive empty-handed. They brought military knowledge, political organization, advanced technologies, and traditions associated with more hierarchical societies. Over time, many intermarried with influential local families, creating an emerging elite that slowly distinguished itself from the broader population. What had once been a largely tribal society began evolving into one where political authority and social status became increasingly concentrated in the hands of a ruling class. This transformation was not driven solely by culture, but also by politics. Contact with the civilizations of northern India introduced new ideas about governance and leadership. Gradually, hereditary privilege and organized administration replaced older forms of tribal decision-making, laying the groundwork for more centralized institutions that would dominate later Nepalese history. Transportation, however, remained remarkably simple. Wheeled vehicles drawn by oxen or other draft animals were unknown during the earliest periods. Instead, people relied on a practical carrying device that survives even today in some rural communities. Two woven baskets were suspended from either end of a long bamboo pole balanced across the shoulders, allowing farmers and traders to transport heavy loads across the rugged landscape. Similar carrying systems existed elsewhere in East and Southeast Asia, yet within Nepal they became particularly characteristic of the Kathmandu Valley. Large animals associated with royal power elsewhere in South Asia were absent from the valley's earliest history. Horses and elephants did not become familiar until much later, following the arrival of the Licchavis. Even then, these animals were never ideally suited to the local environment. While horses and elephants had already become symbols of prestige and military strength across the Indian subcontinent, their practical importance in Nepal remained limited for centuries. They seem to have been introduced more as part of imported political traditions than as animals that transformed everyday transportation or warfare. Among the many peoples who settled in the valley, the Kiratas appear to have exercised the strongest influence during the earliest historical period. Their traditions shaped much of the region's original cultural identity before later rulers introduced significant changes. When the Licchavis established themselves, they brought new administrative ideas, fresh artistic influences, and closer connections with the civilizations of northern India. Their arrival marked an important turning point, although many older customs survived alongside these innovations. Much about the homes of these early inhabitants remains uncertain. The same is true of their burial customs, which are still poorly understood. Clothing, however, offers a few clues. Descriptions preserved in early Chinese sources resemble garments that continued to be worn by several Himalayan communities for many centuries. Similar styles survived among groups such as the Kiratas, Gurungs, and Magas, suggesting a remarkable continuity in traditional dress across generations. Urban life also emerged gradually. Archaeological evidence for towns before the 4th century AD remains scarce, but the valley's geography strongly favored permanent settlement. The fertile plains encouraged agriculture, while abundant harvests created the surplus needed to support craftsmen, merchants, and administrators. Rather than remaining nomadic, the earliest inhabitants quickly established stable farming communities whose prosperity eventually gave rise to organized towns and expanding trade. Politically, early Nepal was probably governed as a collection of tribal republics rather than a centralized kingdom. Leadership likely rested with respected clan chiefs who ruled according to customary laws instead of absolute royal authority. In many respects, this structure resembled other republican traditions known from ancient northern India, particularly those associated with Vaishali. Over time, however, influential aristocratic families accumulated greater authority, eventually preparing the way for the emergence of monarchy. Religion during Nepal's prehistoric era remains one of the greatest mysteries. By the earliest historical period, both Hindu Shaivism and Buddhism had become firmly established in the valley, yet these faiths did not erase older traditions. Instead, they blended with long-standing local beliefs that had developed independently over countless generations. The result was a distinctive spiritual landscape in which imported philosophies merged with indigenous customs rather than replacing them entirely. Like many early agricultural societies around the world, the inhabitants of ancient Nepal believed that nature was inhabited by powerful spiritual forces. Mountains, forests, rivers, storms, and fertile fields were thought to possess supernatural beings capable of bringing prosperity or disaster. Rituals were performed to ensure abundant harvests, protect crops from natural calamities, and secure the well-being of the community. Offerings played an essential role in these ceremonies, and historical traditions suggest that, in very rare and exceptional circumstances, even human sacrifice may have formed part of ancient religious practices. Whether legendary or historical, such accounts are supported by the survival of ritual traditions that endured in isolated shrines until surprisingly recent times. Funeral ceremonies also occupied a central place in religious life. Death was believed to mark not an ending, but a dangerous transition, requiring elaborate rites to prevent restless spirits from disturbing the living. Proper rituals protected both the deceased and the community, reflecting a worldview in which the boundaries between the human and supernatural worlds remained constantly intertwined. One particularly striking feature of early Nepalese belief was the prominence of female divinities. Goddesses often occupied a more important position than male deities, a pattern shared with several other ancient societies in Eastern South Asia. Their association with fertility, protection, and the forces of nature reflected beliefs that likely stretched back to the Neolithic period. The artistic achievements of these earliest communities remain largely unknown because very little material has survived. Likewise, the origins of writing in Nepal are still debated. No indigenous script from the valley's earliest centuries has yet been discovered. Literacy probably expanded only after educated elites connected with northern India established themselves in Nepal. If so, writing initially remained the privilege of a small aristocratic class, while the local Newari language continued to flourish primarily as a spoken language rather than a literary one. This imbalance helps explain why the earliest centuries of Nepalese civilization remained so difficult to reconstruct. Without written records produced by the indigenous population, historians must rely on archaeology, foreign accounts, inscriptions, and surviving traditions to piece together the story. Even so, enough evidence survives to reveal a civilization that developed along its own path, shaped by fertile land, protected by mountains, enriched by migration, and distinguished by a unique blend of indigenous traditions and outside influences that together laid the foundations of Nepal's enduring cultural identity. The long-standing belief among many historians has been that the Newars arrived relatively late in the Kathmandu Valley. Yet a closer examination of Nepal's early history tells a very different story. Rather than appearing only in the historical period, the Newars may have been present centuries earlier, perhaps as far back as the 6th century BC. More importantly, the word Newar originally referred less to a single race than to the people who inhabited the Kathmandu Valley itself. Over time, the community absorbed migrants from many different backgrounds, gradually transforming into a culturally unified population despite its diverse ancestry. In its earliest phase, the valley was likely occupied by people with Ostroid roots who later mixed with migrants possessing Mongoloid and possibly Dravidian ancestry. These successive waves of settlement created a population that could not be defined by a single ethnic origin. Instead, the Nuars emerged through centuries of interaction, intermarriage, and cultural exchange, making them one of the most distinctive communities in the Himalayan region. Although archaeological evidence remains limited, the surviving traces of material culture suggest that these early inhabitants were far from primitive. They had already mastered pottery production using the potter's wheel, allowing them to create finely decorated ceramic vessels rather than simple handmade containers. Skilled craftsmen worked with copper and bronze, while wood carving gradually developed into one of the valley's defining artistic traditions. The abundance of rich clay encouraged the production of exceptionally durable pottery, laying the foundation for an enduring ceramic culture that would continue for centuries. Agriculture quickly became the economic backbone of these settlements, but local farming practices evolved according to the valley's unique environment. Instead of relying on ox-drawn plows, farmers preferred heavy digging spades and wooden earth breakers. The deep, fertile soil rewarded careful manual cultivation, making this method more effective than conventional plowing. Some historians also believe these techniques reflected farming traditions carried from northeastern India, where hand cultivation had long remained common before migration into Nepal. Domestic animals also played an important role in everyday life. Water buffalo were especially valuable because they supplied both milk and meat. Rice and wheat formed the principal food crops, while other grains gradually supplemented the agricultural economy. Chickens and ducks were among the earliest domesticated birds, providing additional food resources for growing communities. As migration from the Indian plains increased, the social landscape began to change. These newcomers introduced more than new faces. They brought organized political traditions, superior military techniques, and a more hierarchical understanding of society. Gradually, influential immigrant families merged with prominent local lineages through alliances and marriage. From this process emerged an aristocratic class that increasingly separated itself from the wider population and eventually dominated political leadership. The transformation marked the beginning of social stratification in what had previously been a largely tribal society. Authority became concentrated among privileged families, replacing older systems of communal leadership. Political influence from northern India therefore reshaped not only government, but also the structure of society itself. Transportation during this period remained remarkably simple. There is no evidence that carts pulled by oxen or other draft animals were used in the Kathmandu Valley. Instead, people relied on a practical carrying device consisting of two baskets suspended from either end of a bamboo pole balanced across the shoulders. This efficient system allowed individuals to move agricultural products and goods across mountainous terrain, where wheeled transport would have been impractical. Similar carrying methods appeared elsewhere in East and Southeast Asia, but within Nepal they became especially characteristic of valley life. Large animals associated with royal power elsewhere in South Asia were absent from the earliest stages of Nepalese civilization. Horses and elephants entered the valley only after the rise of the Licchavis. Even then, they never became common features of ordinary transportation because the mountainous environment limited their usefulness. Their arrival reflected stronger political and cultural links with northern India rather than a fundamental change in local daily life. Among all the peoples who influenced early Nepal, the Kiratas occupy a particularly important place. Historical traditions consistently associate them with the earliest chapters of Nepalese history, suggesting that they played a major role in shaping the valley before later dynasties emerged. Ancient Indian literature frequently mentions the Kiratas as mountain peoples inhabiting the eastern Himalayas. References in the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and numerous classical texts portray them as skilled hunters, fierce warriors, and inhabitants of remote highland regions. Some accounts even describe them as allies of powerful eastern kingdoms, while others associate them with valuable mountain products, trade, and distinctive cultural traditions. Historical evidence suggests that the Kiratas once occupied a much larger territory, stretching across parts of northern India before gradually retreating into the Himalayan foothills as Indo-Aryan expansion continued eastward. By roughly the 6th century BC, they had become concentrated in the eastern Himalayan region, where they maintained political independence despite increasing cultural interaction with neighboring civilizations. The Bagmati River appears to have served as the principal route through which the Kiratas entered the Kathmandu Valley. They initially settled in its southern districts before gradually expanding eastward and westward across the basin. Archaeological patterns support this interpretation, as many of the valley's oldest settlements are concentrated near the confluence of the Bagmati and Vishnumati rivers rather than in later urban centers. Over time, the Kiratas mixed extensively with the earlier inhabitants of the valley, particularly among farming and artisan communities. This blending gradually softened clear ethnic distinctions while preserving many physical and cultural characteristics that survived for generations. Even place names found in some of Nepal's earliest inscriptions may preserve traces of these ancient pre-Mongoloid or Mongoloid-speaking communities, offering valuable clues to the valley's earliest population history. Despite the gradual spread of Hinduism and Buddhism into Nepal, the earliest inhabitants retained many beliefs inherited from much older traditions. Like numerous Neolithic farming societies across Asia, they viewed the natural world as inhabited by powerful spirits capable of influencing harvests, weather, health, and prosperity. Mountains, rivers, forests, and fertile fields were believed to possess supernatural forces that required constant respect and ritual attention. Religious ceremonies centered on ensuring agricultural fertility and protecting communities from natural disasters beyond human control. Offerings formed an essential part of these rituals, and traditions preserved in later Nepalese history suggest that extraordinary sacrifices, including occasional human offerings, may once have been performed to appease particularly powerful deities. Whether entirely historical or partly legendary, these accounts reflect the deep importance of ritual within early Himalayan society. Funeral customs were equally elaborate. Death was regarded not simply as the end of life, but as a dangerous transition requiring careful ceremonies to prevent the deceased from becoming a wandering spirit capable of troubling the living. These beliefs shaped burial and memorial practices for centuries and remained deeply rooted even after Buddhism and Hinduism became dominant religions. Another striking feature of ancient Nepalese spirituality was the prominence of female divinities. Goddesses often occupied a higher position than male gods within local religious practice, reflecting fertility-centered beliefs common among early agricultural societies. Similar traditions also appeared in neighboring regions such as Bengal, suggesting a broader prehistoric religious heritage that survived beneath later Hindu and Buddhist influences. The origins of writing in Nepal remain uncertain. No indigenous script from the valley's earliest centuries has yet been identified. Literacy likely expanded only after educated elites connected with northern India established themselves in the region, bringing writing systems, administrative records, and literary traditions with them. Because literacy remained concentrated among aristocratic and religious circles, the local Nuari language continued primarily as a spoken language for many centuries. This helps explain why written accounts of Nepal's earliest civilization are so scarce and why much of its ancient history must still be reconstructed through archaeology, inscriptions, foreign records, and enduring oral traditions. Far from being an isolated backwater, early Nepal developed into a remarkably resilient civilization that blended indigenous traditions with outside influences, while preserving a cultural identity unlike any other in the Himalayas. Its people adapted to a unique environment, absorbed newcomers without losing their own character, and laid the foundations for one of South Asia's most distinctive historical cultures. For many years, historians accepted the idea that the Kiratas were the earliest known inhabitants of the Kathmandu Valley. Ancient chronicles, supported by references in the Puranas, consistently described them as the first rulers of the region. Yet, another community, the Nuars, has always stood at the center of Nepal's cultural history. Although they preserved the valley's traditions, architecture, language, and urban life, they are mentioned far less frequently in early literary sources. This contrast has raised an important historical question. Were the Nuars a later people, or were they in fact the descendants of the ancient Kiratas themselves? Linguistic evidence strongly favors the second possibility. By the 5th century AD, Inscriptions written in Sanskrit already preserve numerous place names and personal names that clearly originated in the Newari language. These names have survived with remarkably little change into modern times, demonstrating that a Newari-speaking population had long been established in the valley. The use of Sanskrit in official inscriptions does not suggest that Newari had disappeared. Rather, Sanskrit functioned as the language of administration, religion, and educated elites, while Newari remained the language spoken by the overwhelming majority of ordinary people. This situation resembles many civilizations in which an official literary language coexisted alongside the everyday speech of the population. The historical sequence also makes it clear that the Newars occupied the Kathmandu Valley before the arrival of the Licchavis. While traditional chronicles describe the Licchavis as conquerors of the Kiratas, it is difficult to imagine that an entire population disappeared following a political defeat. Communities that have lived in the same homeland for centuries rarely abandon it completely. More likely, the Kiratas remained in the valley after losing political control and gradually evolved into the people later known as the Newars. This interpretation also explains another historical puzzle. Ancient legal texts, such as the Manusmriti, describe the Kiratas as an important and respected people, yet the modern Kirata communities occupy remote mountain regions that remained relatively isolated from the major centers of civilization. Their cultural development differs greatly from that of the highly urbanized and artistically sophisticated Newars. If the Kiratas had truly vanished from the Kathmandu Valley, one would expect traces of their advanced civilization elsewhere. Instead, many historians argue that those who remained in the valley gradually developed into the Newar community, while related groups living in more isolated regions followed a different historical path. Religion provides another important clue. The Kathmandu Valley became one of the earliest centers of both Buddhism and Shaivism in the Himalayan world. Ancient stupas, temples, and religious monuments reveal strong cultural links with northern India, particularly during the Mauryan period. Even if Emperor Ashoka himself never entered the valley, there is little doubt that Buddhist influence reached Nepal very early. The impressive stupas scattered throughout Kathmandu closely resemble those found across the Gangetic Plains, indicating continuous religious and artistic exchange. Modern Kirata communities, however, preserved far fewer signs of these early Buddhist influences. This contrast has encouraged some scholars to conclude that the present-day Kiratas should not automatically be identified with the Kiratas described in ancient chronicles. Instead, they may represent only one branch of a much larger population, while another branch remained in the Kathmandu Valley and gradually became the Newars. In this interpretation, the Newars inherited both the political traditions and much of the cultural legacy once associated with the ancient Kiratas. Language further strengthens this connection. Although Newari and the modern Kirati languages are distinct, they share enough structural characteristics to suggest a distant relationship. Centuries of geographical separation, combined with contact with different neighboring peoples, naturally produced significant linguistic differences. Physical appearance also changed over time as both populations mixed with local communities, yet underlying similarities remain visible, pointing toward a shared ancestral background rather than entirely separate origins. Ancient legends also support this broader interpretation. They consistently identify the Kiratas as the first rulers of the Kathmandu Valley, but these traditions may not refer simply to a vanished ethnic group. Instead, they could preserve the memory of the earliest settled population whose descendants eventually became known under a different name. Such an explanation resolves the apparent contradiction between the disappearance of the Kiratas from political history and the uninterrupted cultural continuity visible in the Newar civilization. Anthropological studies provide additional evidence regarding the origins of the Newars. Many scholars believe that their distant ancestors belong to the same broad population movements that carried Mongoloid-speaking peoples into the Himalayan foothills during the 6th and 7th centuries BC. These migrants were distinct from the earlier Dravidian and pre-Dravidian populations of the Indian subcontinent. Their physical features, including broad faces, prominent cheekbones, relatively small noses, sparse facial hair, and shorter stature, closely resemble those found among numerous communities living today in northeastern India and the eastern Himalayas. The Nuas, however, never remained isolated. Continuous contact with peoples from the Indian plains gradually altered their appearance through centuries of intermarriage. As a result, while their Mongoloid heritage remained clearly visible, many individuals also displayed facial features associated with Indo-Aryan populations. This combination produced the distinctive appearance that continues to characterize many Nuas today. Similar processes of cultural and biological blending can also be observed among neighboring Himalayan peoples, such as the Tharus and Rajbansis, although each community followed its own unique historical development. The origin of the name Nua is closely tied to the history of Nepal itself. Most scholars agree that the people and the country have been linked since antiquity. The earliest known reference to Nepal appears in the writings of Kautilya, who mentioned the region in connection with its famous woolen blankets. Over the centuries, numerous explanations for the word Nepal have been proposed, ranging from legendary sages to sacred trees. But many researchers consider these stories to be later inventions rather than genuine historical explanations. A more convincing interpretation traces the name to ancient Kirati vocabulary. In several Himalayan and Tibeto-Burman languages, words resembling Ni refer to a dwelling place, sacred location, or settled region. Combined with other local linguistic elements, the name gradually evolved into Nepal, while Nua became the term used for the inhabitants of that land. Over many centuries, ordinary pronunciations slowly transformed older forms into the modern names familiar today. Ironically, although the Nuas were almost certainly far older than many later ruling dynasties, the name Nua itself appears relatively late in surviving historical records. European Capuchin missionaries first recorded the word during the 17th century, and it later appeared in 18th century Nepalese literature. By then, however, the community had already existed for many centuries, preserving traditions, language, craftsmanship, and urban culture that reached back to the very earliest history of the Kathmandu Valley. One of the most debated questions in early Nepalese history concerns the identity of the Licchavis. Were they an Indo-Aryan ruling dynasty that entered the Kathmandu Valley from the plains of northern India, or did they belong to one of the many non-Aryan peoples who inhabited the Himalayan region? Historians have argued both positions for generations, drawing upon ancient literature, inscriptions, and religious texts in an effort to determine their true origins. Supporters of an Aryan origin point to several pieces of evidence. The Licchavis participated in the famous Vriji Confederacy alongside states such as the Videhas and Malas. Classical Sanskrit literature often associates them with the Kshatriya warrior class, while Buddhist traditions record that they claimed a share of the Buddha's relics on the basis of their royal lineage. Jain sources likewise trace their ancestry to ancient dynasties connected with Kuru and Ikshvaku traditions. At first glance, these references appear to place the Licchavis firmly within the Indo-Aryan political world. Yet these arguments are not as decisive as they may seem. Membership in a political alliance does not necessarily imply common ethnic origins. The Vriji Confederacy united several independent peoples for mutual protection and cooperation rather than shared ancestry. Likewise, participation in Buddhist ceremonies or claims of Kshatriya descent were common among many ancient communities seeking prestige and legitimacy. Such traditions cannot by themselves prove that the Licchavis belong to an Aryan population. Ancient legal texts introduce additional complexity. The Manusmriti classifies the Licchavis among the Vratiyas, a category applied to peoples who stood outside orthodox Brahmanical society. Interestingly, this same classification included groups such as the Kiratas, Khasas, and Dravidians, communities whose origins were clearly diverse. Rather than serving as evidence of ethnicity, the label seems to reflect religious practice and social customs that differed from mainstream Brahmanical traditions. As a result, the text offers little certainty regarding the racial background of the Licchavis themselves. This ambiguity becomes even clearer when examining broader patterns in ancient Indian society. Powerful tribes from many different backgrounds were often incorporated into the prestigious Kshatriya tradition regardless of their original ancestry. Political influence and cultural integration frequently mattered more than ethnic origin. Consequently, references describing the Licchavis as Kshatriyas reveal how they were viewed within society rather than providing conclusive evidence of where they came from. Historical records indicate that the Licchavis emerged as an independent political force only after the decline of the Videhan monarchy. Earlier, Brahmanical traditions barely mention them as a separate republic, suggesting that their rise to prominence occurred relatively late compared with some neighboring states. This timing supports the idea that the Licchavis became influential through changing political circumstances rather than representing one of the oldest ruling lineages in northern India. What is beyond dispute is the profound impact the Licchavis had on Nepal after establishing their rule in the Kathmandu Valley. For several centuries, they governed the region, bringing administrators, soldiers, merchants, priests, and craftsmen from the plains. These newcomers did not remain an isolated colonial elite. Instead, they gradually merged with the existing population through intermarriage and everyday interaction. Over generations, distinctions between immigrant and indigenous communities became increasingly blurred until the descendants of the Licchavis became fully integrated into Nuar society. The same process had already taken place with earlier Kirata settlers. Rather than replacing one another, successive populations contributed to a continuously evolving society. The Kathmandu Valley became a cultural melting pot where older inhabitants, immigrant elites, artisans, merchants, and farming communities all participated in the gradual formation of a shared civilization. By the medieval period, neither Kirata nor Licchavi existed as separate ethnic communities. Both had become inseparable components of the broader Nuar population. Although the Licchavis eventually blended into Nepalese society, they were clearly distinct from the earliest inhabitants of the valley. Their homeland lay around Vaishali in northern India, close enough to Nepal to encourage frequent contact. This geographical proximity made migration relatively easy, allowing the Licchavis to establish political authority while simultaneously absorbing many local customs. They conquered the valley not as strangers entering an unknown world, but as neighbors already connected through trade, diplomacy, and shared religious traditions. The relationship between the Nuars and the ancient Vriji Confederacy therefore appears to have been primarily cultural rather than purely ethnic. The Vriji League itself included peoples of varied backgrounds, making it entirely plausible that the ancestors of the Nuars participated in this broader political network. Ancient writers located several members of the Confederacy in the Himalayan region, and not all of these groups have been identified with certainty. This leaves open the possibility that the Nuars formed one branch of the wider Vriji world long before the rise of the Licchavi dynasty. The internal organization of early Nuar society also points toward republican rather than monarchical traditions. Unlike Orthodox Hindu society, the Buddhist Nuars possessed no hereditary Brahmin priesthood. Religious duties were instead performed by former monks and ritual specialists whose titles reflected their Buddhist origins. Social hierarchy certainly existed, yet the rigid caste system characteristic of the Indian plains developed only gradually and remained significantly different from its southern counterpart. Even the Newari word for king hints at a political culture unlike absolute monarchy. Rather than emphasizing unlimited royal authority, the title suggests a ruler whose role depended upon collective approval. Many scholars believe that the earliest Nuar communities preferred decision-making through assemblies similar to those practiced in Vaishali, where councils rather than individual monarchs exercised supreme authority. If so, the political traditions of the Kathmandu Valley preserved important elements of an older republican heritage that survived long after neighboring regions embraced centralized kingdoms. Cultural continuity offers further evidence of these ancient connections. Certain Nuar communities continue to preserve the old designation Vadje, a name remarkably similar to Vriji. Whether this resemblance is coincidental or historical remains debated, but it provides another intriguing link between Nepal and the republican states of northern India. Religious practices strengthen this connection even more. Chaitya worship occupies a central place in traditional Nuar culture. These small shrines, often containing relics or serving as symbolic resting places for ancestral spirits, represent one of the oldest forms of religious architecture in Nepal. Similar traditions were deeply rooted in ancient Vaishali, suggesting a common cultural heritage extending back many centuries. Historical accounts even claim that numerous chaityas already stood throughout the Kathmandu Valley by the time of Emperor Ashoka, demonstrating how firmly established these practices had become. Closely associated with chaitya worship is belief in supernatural beings known today as Kya. These figures appear to preserve elements of the much older Yaksha tradition found throughout ancient South Asia. In Nuar belief, a Kaya possesses the power to grant wealth and prosperity to those it favors, and offerings are still made to these spirits in certain traditional rituals. Although Yakshas also appear in Hindu and Buddhist mythology, their continued importance within Nuar culture reflects the survival of religious traditions that predate both organized Hinduism and Buddhism. Ultimately, these customs reveal something far more significant than questions of ethnic ancestry. They demonstrate that the Kathmandu Valley shared deep cultural ties with the Republican societies of northern India while simultaneously preserving its own indigenous traditions. Whether the Nuars descended directly from the Kiratas, emerged from a broader Vriji confederation, or developed through the gradual blending of many different peoples, their civilization cannot be explained by a single migration or a single dynasty. Instead, it grew through centuries of cultural exchange, political adaptation, and social integration, producing one of the most distinctive and enduring civilizations anywhere in the Himalayan world. The Nuars stand among the oldest continuously living communities of the Himalayan world. Their origins remain shrouded in uncertainty, yet their cultural legacy is unmistakable. Over many centuries, they transformed the Kathmandu Valley into one of Asia's great artistic and religious centers, leaving behind a remarkable tradition of architecture, sculpture, craftsmanship, and urban life. Few societies have shaped the identity of Nepal as profoundly as the Nuars, whose influence became so deeply woven into the country's history that the story of Nepal itself cannot be told without them. Exactly when the Nuars first settled in the Kathmandu Valley remains unknown. Ancient Sanskrit texts appear to mention Nepal, but determining whether those references specifically describe the Kathmandu Valley continues to challenge historians. What seems increasingly likely is that the people later known as the Nuars originally bore another name. This would explain why they are largely absent from many of the earliest historical records, despite their obvious importance in the region's development. The name Nuar itself probably evolved gradually from older forms associated with Nepal, reflecting the long linguistic changes that naturally occur over centuries. Legends claiming that the Nuars migrated from the Indian plains contain elements of truth but should not be interpreted literally. Rather than describing the origin of the entire community, these traditions most likely preserve memories of influential immigrant families who arrived from northern India during different periods of history. Dynasties such as the Licchavis from Vaishali and the Mallas from Pawapuri eventually became part of Nuar society through marriage, political integration, and cultural exchange. They enriched an already existing civilization instead of creating it from the beginning. This ability to absorb newcomers became one of the defining strengths of Nuar civilization. Throughout the medieval period, the Kathmandu Valley continued welcoming migrants from neighboring regions. Families from Mithila, Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and other parts of northern India gradually settled among the Nuars. Although many initially preserved their own customs and social identities, successive generations increasingly adopted the language, traditions, and way of life of the valley. Some communities retained distinct marriage practices, but in almost every other respect, they became inseparable parts of Nuar society. The question of Nuar origins has fascinated historians for generations, yet no single explanation fully accounts for their remarkable diversity. Attempts to classify them as purely Aryan, purely Mongoloid, or immigrants from Tibet all fail to explain the complexity visible within the population itself. The Nuars instead represent the product of centuries of migration, interaction, and cultural blending. Their ancestry reflects multiple populations rather than one exclusive ethnic source. Anthropological evidence points most strongly toward northeastern India as the region from which many of the earliest ancestors of the Nuars originated. Comparisons of facial features and physical characteristics reveal striking similarities with communities inhabiting Assam, Manipur, northern Bengal, and neighboring Himalayan regions. While certain Nuars display obvious Indo-Mongoloid characteristics, others reveal stronger Indo-Aryan influences acquired through centuries of intermarriage. This diversity reflects a long process of assimilation rather than a single migration event. The descendants of the Licchavis and Malas represent one important example of this cultural fusion. Although these immigrant families introduced Aryan traditions into the Kathmandu Valley, they themselves gradually adopted Nuari customs, language, and social practices. Over time, differences between indigenous inhabitants and immigrant elites became increasingly blurred. Family names sometimes preserved memories of these outside origins, yet everyday life reflected a common Nuar identity shaped by shared history rather than ancestry alone. Religion became perhaps the greatest symbol of this remarkable spirit of integration. Few places in the medieval world displayed such peaceful coexistence between different faiths as the Kathmandu Valley. Buddhism and Shaivite Hinduism developed side by side for centuries without producing the deep divisions that characterized many other societies. Temples welcomed followers of both traditions, and acts of mutual respect became an ordinary part of daily religious life. A Buddhist honored Hindu shrines just as a Shaivite showed reverence toward Buddhist sacred places. This extraordinary atmosphere of harmony became one of the defining characteristics of Nuar civilization. This religious tolerance did not emerge by accident. Throughout its history, Kathmandu remained open to travelers, monks, merchants, and teachers arriving from many different regions. Each introduced new philosophical ideas and religious traditions that gradually blended with older local beliefs. Instead of rejecting unfamiliar practices, Nuar society generally incorporated them into an increasingly rich spiritual landscape. The result was not religious uniformity, but an enduring culture of coexistence that allowed diverse traditions to flourish together. One of the most influential forces behind this unity was Tantric worship. Tantric traditions spread widely throughout the Kathmandu Valley and profoundly shaped both Buddhist and Hindu religious practice. Unlike many orthodox systems, Tantrism often emphasized spiritual experience over rigid social distinctions. Temples influenced by Tantric traditions welcomed worshippers from different castes and religious backgrounds, creating spaces where communities that might otherwise have remained separate participated together in shared rituals. In many respects, this represented a remarkably progressive development for its time. Even communities regarded as untouchable elsewhere in South Asia gained access to temples within the Kathmandu Valley. In certain shrines, they even served as religious attendants, illustrating a degree of social inclusion that remained unusual across much of the medieval world. Tantric influence therefore weakened some of the rigid barriers that divided society and encouraged a broader sense of religious equality. Yet Tantrism also introduced practices that many observers regarded as disturbing. Elaborate ritual systems gradually replaced the relative simplicity of earlier forms of worship. Animal sacrifice assumed increasingly dramatic and sometimes brutal forms, particularly during ceremonies involving buffalo offerings. Complex symbolic gestures, intricate ritual procedures, masked dances, and dramatic performances became central features of major religious festivals. While these customs enriched the ceremonial life of the valley, they also introduced layers of ritual complexity that transformed Nuar religion into something highly distinctive. Many historians view these developments as a mixed legacy. On one hand, Tantric traditions preserved ancient beliefs, encouraged artistic expression, and united communities that followed different religious paths. On the other, they sometimes promoted elaborate ritualism, extreme sacrificial practices, and forms of worship that appeared increasingly distant from the original teachings of either Buddhism or Hinduism. The religious life of the Nuars thus became a unique blend of philosophical sophistication, ancient local traditions, artistic symbolism, and ceremonial complexity unlike that found elsewhere in Asia. This distinctive synthesis also strengthened Nepal's cultural connections with Tibet. Tantric Buddhism became one of the major channels through which religious ideas crossed the Himalayas, allowing newer artists, craftsmen, monks, and merchants to influence Tibetan civilization while simultaneously absorbing elements of Tibetan culture themselves. As a result, Nuwa civilization emerged as a remarkable bridge between the civilizations of India and Tibet, preserving ancient traditions from both while creating an identity that remained unmistakably its own. Among the many civilizations that flourished in the Himalayas, few developed a cultural life as vibrant as that of the Nuwas. Festivals shaped the rhythm of everyday existence to such an extent that celebration became almost inseparable from ordinary life. Throughout the year, scarcely a week passed without a procession, religious ceremony, or communal gathering. Streets echoed with traditional music, temple bells, and ritual chants, while homes were transformed into centers of worship and hospitality. Food, drink, and elaborate ceremonies accompanied nearly every occasion, reflecting a society in which religious devotion and social life were deeply intertwined. Public performances formed an equally important part of these celebrations. Ritual dances featuring gods, demons, and legendary heroes filled temple courtyards and public squares with dramatic spectacles. Performers wore carefully crafted masks representing divine and supernatural beings, while every movement followed symbolic traditions preserved through generations. These dances were not simple entertainment, but sacred performances intended to communicate religious ideas and preserve ancient myths. Among the most impressive festivals was Indra Jatra, during which one remarkable performance reenacted the struggle between Bhairava and a buffalo demon. In this ceremony, a living buffalo represented the mythical adversary, while dancers portraying Bhairava and his attendants staged an intense ritual battle. The performance concluded with the symbolic defeat of the demon, representing the triumph of divine power over destructive forces. Such dramatic ceremonies attracted nobles and ordinary townspeople alike, becoming one of the great public events of the Kathmandu Valley. Underlying many of these celebrations was a widespread belief in invisible supernatural beings capable of influencing human life. The Nuwas regarded the world as inhabited by spirits whose favor had to be secured and whose anger had to be avoided. Numerous annual festivals therefore focused on protecting communities from harmful forces rather than simply commemorating historical events. Ceremonies such as Gantakana and other ritual observances sought to expel evil spirits from towns and villages, reinforcing the belief that neglecting these traditions might invite misfortune upon the community. The annual religious calendar included celebrations dedicated to family ancestors, local temples, departed relatives, and major Hindu and Buddhist deities. The new year began with ceremonies honoring family gods, accompanied by communal gatherings that reunited relatives from different households. Other festivals paid tribute to sacred animals, celebrated successful harvests, or filled neighborhoods with devotional songs praising Vishnu. Buddhist priests also participated in annual processions, collecting offerings while maintaining centuries-old religious traditions that continued to bind communities together. The remarkable survival of these customs depended largely upon one unique social institution known as the Guthi. Rather than allowing religious ceremonies to rely solely on individual generosity, newer families permanently dedicated portions of their land and property to support traditional rituals. These endowments could neither be sold nor divided among heirs. Income generated from the property financed festivals, temple maintenance, and family ceremonies generation after generation. In this way, the Guthi system acted not only as an economic institution, but also as the guardian of Nuwa cultural identity, ensuring that even political upheavals and changing times could not easily erase centuries of tradition. Marriage customs reveal another distinctive feature of Nuwa society. Unlike many neighboring traditions, the principal marriage ritual originally centered almost entirely on the bride rather than the groom. Even more remarkable was the belief that every girl first entered into a sacred symbolic marriage during childhood. Around the age of 6, she was ceremonially united with the divine through a golden image associated with the sacred bell fruit. This ritual established an eternal spiritual marriage that could never be broken. Later, human marriage was regarded as an earthly relationship, important but secondary to the earlier divine union. Because of this belief, widowhood never carried the same religious stigma found in many other South Asian societies. Widows retained their spiritual status and were permitted to remarry. Despite these protections for women, Nuar society also contained clear inequalities. Divorce existed but generally favored men, leaving women with comparatively limited rights. Another unusual custom appeared when marriages crossed caste boundaries. Children often inherited the social identity of their mother rather than that of their father, preserving traces of older matrilineal traditions that had largely disappeared elsewhere in South Asia. Even as modern influences transformed daily life, annual festivals and communal gatherings continued to reinforce the strong sense of collective identity that had long distinguished Nuar society. The Nuar caste system developed differently from the more familiar Hindu model found across much of India. Its earliest foundations appear to have been closely connected with Buddhist ideals, emphasizing renunciation and religious learning. Many traditional caste names reflected spiritual rather than hereditary occupations. Over time, however, centuries of political and cultural influence gradually reshaped this system. Hierarchies became more rigid, social distinctions deepened, and priestly classes emerged. Although Buddhist principles remained important, Nuar society increasingly reflected many of the same social divisions found elsewhere on the subcontinent. Yet important differences remained. The agricultural community known as the Jiapus formed the economic backbone of the valley, providing food for the entire population despite often occupying a lower social position. Traditional Nuar society also lacked several occupational castes commonly found in India, and untouchable groups entered the community largely through later immigration rather than indigenous development. This gave the Nuar social structure a character distinct from the orthodox caste hierarchy of the plains. Economically, the Nuars became famous as merchants, craftsmen, and skilled artisans. Apart from farming communities, most Nuars devoted themselves to trade, commerce, manufacturing, and specialized crafts. Their commercial networks spread throughout Nepal, making them indispensable to the country's economy. Their reputation for business skill became so well established that the title Bhaju, meaning merchant, became closely associated with Nuar identity. Their adaptability also enabled many families to occupy influential positions within the civil administration, while simultaneously preserving their dominant role in trade and industry. Language represented another cornerstone of Nuar civilization. Nuari developed into one of the oldest and most refined languages of the Himalayan world. Although greatly enriched by Sanskrit vocabulary over the centuries, its fundamental grammatical structure belonged to the Tibeto-Burman language family rather than the Indo-Aryan branch. This combination produced a language unlike either Sanskrit or Tibetan, preserving its own unique character despite centuries of cultural contact with both civilizations. Many words entered Nuari from Sanskrit, particularly those connected with religion, administration, and literature. Yet these borrowed terms were reshaped to fit the language's own phonetic patterns. At the same time, comparisons with Tibetan reveal that similarities between the two languages remain relatively limited. Their shared monosyllabic character reflects distant linguistic relationships rather than direct descent, demonstrating that Nuari evolved independently while interacting with multiple neighboring traditions. The Nuars also developed several distinctive writing systems derived from Indian scripts. Forms such as Ranjana, Bujimol, and other Nuari scripts became important vehicles for preserving religious literature, historical documents, and artistic manuscripts. Although influenced by the broader Indian writing tradition, these scripts evolved into elegant local forms that reflected the creative achievements of Nuar scholars and scribes. Perhaps no contribution better symbolizes Nuar civilization than its architecture. The famous pagoda style, now associated with much of East Asia, achieved some of its earliest and finest expressions in the Kathmandu Valley. Multi-tiered temples with gracefully projecting roofs, richly carved wooden supports, and finely decorated facades transformed the valley into one of the world's great architectural landscapes. The temples of Kathmandu, Bhaktapur, and Patan continue to display extraordinary craftsmanship, reflecting centuries of artistic refinement and technical mastery. The influence of Nuar civilization extended far beyond Nepal itself. Following the spread of Buddhism into Tibet during the 7th century, Nuar artists, architects, scribes, and craftsmen became instrumental in transmitting Indian religious knowledge across the Himalayas. Tibetan writing developed under strong influence from Indian scripts introduced through Nepal, while countless Sanskrit texts reached Tibet through Nuar scholars and translators. These works played a crucial role in preserving Indian Buddhist literature long after many originals disappeared from the subcontinent. Through their artistic achievements, intellectual traditions, and cultural exchanges, the Nuars became one of the principal bridges connecting the civilizations of India and Tibet, leaving a legacy that shaped the history of the entire Himalayan world. Throughout its history, the Kathmandu Valley never existed in complete isolation from the civilizations of the Indian subcontinent. Geography ensured constant interaction between the fertile Himalayan basin and the vast Indo-Gangetic plain. No formidable natural barrier separated the valley from the regions to its south, allowing merchants, pilgrims, scholars, and rulers to travel across the mountains for centuries. As a result, political ideas, religious movements, artistic traditions, and commercial networks flowed freely into Nepal, while local culture developed its own distinctive identity. Ancient tradition even suggests that Nepal maintained connections with the wider Indian world during the age of the Mahabharata. Whether or not every legendary account reflects historical fact, there is little doubt that Buddhism reached the Kathmandu Valley at an early period. Later, powerful dynasties such as the Mauryas, Licchavis, Kushans, Guptas, Thakuris, Mallas, and Shahs all established political influence within Nepal. Yet this should not be mistaken for foreign domination. Throughout these centuries, Nepal preserved its political independence, and even rulers whose ancestors originated on the plains governed the valley as an autonomous kingdom rather than as a distant colony. For much of early history, the name Nepal referred only to the Kathmandu Valley itself rather than the larger nation known today. Although geographically small, the valley functioned as the political, cultural, and economic heart of the Himalayan kingdom. Decisions made within its cities shaped the destiny of surrounding mountain regions, while its artisans, merchants, and religious institutions projected influence far beyond its modest boundaries. Even after the decline of Nuar political power, the valley retained unmistakable signs of its glorious past. Medieval temples, carved monuments, ancient courtyards, and centuries-old customs continued to fascinate visitors. Every street revealed traces of extraordinary craftsmanship, reminding observers that the Nuars had once produced one of the richest artistic traditions in Asia. Their monuments remained enduring witnesses to a civilization whose influence greatly exceeded the size of the land that created it. The remarkable artistic achievements of the Kathmandu Valley were no accident. Geography played a decisive role in their development. Situated in the heart of the Himalayas, the valley occupied an ideal crossroads connecting northern India with Tibet and western China through ancient trade routes. Fertile farmland supported a dense population, while abundant clay, timber, and other natural resources supplied builders and craftsmen with exceptional materials. Combined with a mild climate favorable to preserving wood and brick structures, these conditions created an environment where architecture and sculpture could flourish over many centuries. The earliest settlers of the valley are believed to have belonged to communities with strong Mongoloid roots who gradually mixed with later arrivals from neighboring regions. Their original beliefs centered upon animism, with mountains, forests, rivers, and natural forces regarded as living spiritual powers. The arrival of Buddhism transformed this worldview rather than replacing it. Indigenous traditions acquired a philosophical framework while simultaneously inspiring new forms of artistic expression. Simple shrines evolved into monumental stupas, and modest ritual objects gradually gave way to increasingly refined sculpture, architecture, and religious symbolism. Among the oldest surviving monuments of this transformation are the ancient stupas of Patan. These structures rank among the earliest Buddhist architectural remains in Nepal and are traditionally associated with Emperor Ashoka. 4 stand at the cardinal points of the ancient city, while another occupies its center, forming a sacred landscape that has survived for centuries. Whether or not they were personally commissioned by Ashoka, they preserve architectural forms that belong to the earliest phases of Buddhist monument building. Their design is striking in its simplicity. Massive hemispherical domes rise from brick platforms with almost no external ornamentation. Small shrines crown the summit, while hidden chambers within the structures served ceremonial purposes. Images of the meditating Buddhas, placed around later editions, reveal the gradual influence of Mahayana Buddhism upon these originally austere monuments. Rather than overwhelming the observer with decoration, the stupas achieve their beauty through balance, proportion, and quiet dignity. Across the valley, countless smaller chaityas repeat these same principles on a reduced scale. Though constructed during later centuries, they preserve the essential characteristics of the larger stupas. Their restrained decoration, harmonious proportions, and symbolic imagery demonstrate the remarkable continuity of Newar religious architecture over many generations. Towering above the western edge of Kathmandu stands perhaps Nepal's most famous sacred monument, Swayambhunath. Rising atop a forested hill reached by hundreds of stone steps, the great stupa dominates the valley below. Pilgrims ascending the staircase pass countless shrines, statues, and prayer monuments before reaching the summit, where one of the world's most celebrated Buddhist sanctuaries overlooks the surrounding landscape. The peaceful atmosphere of Swayambhunath forms an essential part of its spiritual power. Ancient trees shade rows of meditating Buddhas, while cool mountain breezes mingle with birdsong and the quiet murmur of prayers. Pilgrims slowly circle the monument, turning prayer wheels, fingering prayer beads, and softly chanting invocations to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The entire setting creates an overwhelming sense of serenity in which architecture, nature, and devotion become inseparable. Local legend adds another layer of meaning to this sacred place. According to tradition, the Kathmandu Valley was once a vast lake. The Bodhisattva Manjushri drained its waters by cutting a passage through the surrounding hills, revealing the fertile land beneath. At the center of the former lake blossomed a miraculous lotus, upon which the self-existent light of enlightenment appeared. Swayambhunath was built to commemorate this sacred event, making the monument not merely a temple but the symbolic birthplace of Nepalese civilization itself. Architecturally, Swayambhunath combines remarkable simplicity with extraordinary symbolic richness. The great white dome supports a square tower painted with the all-seeing eyes of the Buddha, watching compassionately over every direction. Above rises a gilded spire composed of successive rings representing stages of spiritual ascent toward enlightenment. Prayer wheels, gilded shrines, vajras, lions, symbolic animals, and countless images surround the central monument, creating a sacred complex where every detail carries religious significance. Another masterpiece of Buddhist architecture is the Great Stupa of Buddhanath, situated on the ancient trade route leading toward Tibet. For centuries, this monument welcomed merchants, monks, and pilgrims traveling between South Asia and the Tibetan plateau. Unlike the richly decorated surroundings of Swayambhunath, Buddhanath impresses through monumental scale and restrained elegance. The enormous white dome rises above concentric terraces surrounded by monasteries, prayer halls, and traditional homes, forming one of the greatest centers of Tibetan Buddhism outside Tibet itself. Buddhanath also illustrates Nepal's historic role as a bridge between civilizations. Pilgrims from Tibet, the Himalayan highlands, and the Kathmandu Valley have gathered there for centuries, transforming the monument into a meeting place of cultures. Although local tradition associates it with relics of the ancient Buddha Kashyapa, its greatest significance lies in its continuing role as a center of religious life, connecting the Buddhist worlds of India, Nepal, and Tibet. Beyond these famous monuments, the Kathmandu Valley contains hundreds of additional stupas and chaityas scattered throughout its towns and villages. Large and small alike, they reveal an astonishing consistency of artistic vision. Most originated as sacred reliquaries or gathering places for monks before gradually evolving into centers of community worship. As monastic life changed during the medieval period, many monasteries transformed into residential courtyards inhabited by lay families, while the central shrine continued serving as the spiritual heart of the neighborhood. Together, these monuments reveal the extraordinary achievement of Nuar civilization. Far more than impressive buildings, they embody centuries of religious devotion, artistic refinement, engineering skill, and cultural exchange. Rising beneath the snow-covered Himalayas, the stupas and temples of the Kathmandu Valley stand as enduring symbols of a civilization that united indigenous traditions with Buddhist philosophy, creating one of the world's most remarkable architectural landscapes. The Kathmandu Valley has often been described as a city of temples, but this expression is hardly an exaggeration. Travelers remarked that shrines seemed to outnumber ordinary houses, while sacred images appeared everywhere one looked. Temples filled city squares, lined narrow streets, crowned hilltops, and stood beside rivers, creating a landscape where religion and everyday life became inseparable. Although a few sanctuaries clearly reflected medieval North Indian architecture, the overwhelming majority displayed a style unlike anything found elsewhere on the subcontinent. Their design evolved into a distinctive architectural tradition that came to define Nepal itself. For many years, these buildings were simply grouped under the familiar label of the pagoda style. Yet the evidence increasingly suggests that this description is misleading. Temples of this form existed in Nepal before comparable structures appeared in neighboring countries. Rather than viewing Nepalese temples as local versions of a foreign architectural tradition, many historians now regard them as the original expression from which later East Asian forms ultimately developed. In this sense, the great multi-tiered temples of Kathmandu represent not an imitation, but an architectural innovation born in the Himalayas. The typical Nepalese temple followed a carefully balanced design. Rising from a square base of brick, each successive story narrowed gracefully toward the summit, creating an elegant vertical rhythm. Wide projecting roofs extended from every level, their corners sweeping gently outward while diminishing in size with increasing height. The uppermost roof was almost always covered with gilded copper, allowing sunlight to transform the entire structure into a brilliant beacon visible from great distances. Some temples stood upon massive stone terraces that elevated them above the surrounding city, reinforcing both their physical and symbolic importance. Perhaps the most striking feature of these temples lay not in their overall form, but in the astonishing richness of their carved woodwork. Every beam, window, doorway, pillar, cornice, and supporting strut became an opportunity for artistic expression. Sculptors covered these surfaces with images of gods, mythical creatures, flowering vines, geometric patterns, and scenes drawn from religious tradition. Supporting brackets beneath the roofs frequently took the form of beautifully carved deities, while windows were enclosed with intricate wooden latticework of extraordinary delicacy. Even elements that served purely structural purposes became masterpieces of decorative art. Some carvings also reflected ancient popular beliefs. Certain temples displayed explicit symbolic figures that modern visitors might find surprising. Rather than being intended simply as decoration, these images were believed to protect buildings from lightning, natural disasters, and malevolent supernatural forces. They reveal how practical architecture, religious symbolism, and folk tradition blended seamlessly within Nuar artistic culture. Inside these temples, the artistic richness continued. Rather than dividing the interior into numerous chambers, builders usually created a large central hall housing the principal shrine. Around the sanctuary hung ancient ceremonial objects, weapons, ritual vessels, and heirlooms accumulated over generations. Every surface reflected centuries of religious devotion, transforming the building itself into a living museum of Nuar history and craftsmanship. The mastery achieved by Nepalese woodcarvers remains one of the defining accomplishments of Himalayan civilization. Their ability to combine technical precision with graceful composition produced works of astonishing refinement. Whether depicting divine figures, elaborate floral patterns, or flowing ornamental designs, Nuar craftsmen demonstrated an extraordinary command of proportion, balance, and detail. Their creations rank among the finest surviving examples of architectural wood sculpture anywhere in Asia. Many of Nepal's most celebrated monuments embody this architectural tradition. Temples such as Taleju, Mahankal, Matsyendranath, Nyatapola, Dattatreya, Changunarayan, and Pashupatinath each display different interpretations of the same underlying principles while preserving a uniquely Nepalese identity. Among them, Nyatapola stands as one of the greatest achievements of Nuar engineering. Built upon 5 ascending platforms, the temple is approached by a monumental staircase guarded by pairs of increasingly powerful symbolic figures, warriors, elephants, lions, and divine beings, each representing a higher level of spiritual and physical strength. The famous Golden Gate of Bhaktapur and the magnificent entrance to Changunarayan demonstrate the same extraordinary attention to detail. Their carved surfaces, intricate metalwork, and harmonious proportions reveal a level of artistic refinement rarely equaled elsewhere in the Himalayan region. Although many surviving monuments date from the Malla period, their artistic foundations reach much deeper into Nepal's early history. Historical evidence strongly suggests that this architectural tradition spread outward from Nepal rather than arriving from China or Tibet. Chinese historical records themselves acknowledge that temples of this type were unknown in those regions before the 7th century AD. By contrast, Nepal already possessed mature examples at least a century earlier. Chinese envoys visiting Kathmandu during the 7th century praised the exceptional artistic skill of Nepalese craftsmen, providing valuable contemporary testimony to the valley's flourishing architectural culture. Although Buddhist stupas clearly derived from earlier Indian prototypes, the characteristic multi-tiered temple developed along a different path. Indian influence undoubtedly shaped many aspects of Nepalese art, yet the temple itself emerged as a distinct Nepalese creation. Its harmonious combination of brick construction, timber engineering, elegant proportions, and intricate decoration represents one of the country's most original contributions to world architecture. Equally remarkable was the spirit of religious coexistence embodied by these buildings. Buddhist and Shaivite temples frequently stood side by side, and some even housed deities belonging to different religious traditions within the same complex. This remarkable blending of faiths impressed the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, who observed an atmosphere of unusual harmony during his visit to Nepal. Architecture itself became a visible symbol of this cultural unity, expressing a society where different beliefs could coexist without losing their individual identities. The influence of temple architecture extended beyond sacred buildings. Ordinary homes and royal palaces adopted many of the same decorative principles, incorporating carved windows, elaborately ornamented balconies, wooden columns, spacious courtyards, and beautifully crafted waterspouts. Although residential buildings were generally smaller, they preserved the graceful appearance and quiet dignity of nearby temples. The royal palaces of Kathmandu, Patan, and Bhaktapur demonstrate how seamlessly religious aesthetics influenced civic and domestic architecture throughout the valley. Metal sculpture represented another field in which Nuar artists excelled. Craftsmen produced gilded copper images distinguished by calm expressions, elegant proportions, flowing garments, and extraordinary technical precision. Many statues were enriched with precious stones, coral, turquoise, pearls, and other luxurious materials. Images of Dipankara Buddha, Tara, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Krishna, and numerous other deities displayed an artistic sophistication that impressed visitors from across Asia. Contemporary observers even regarded Nepalese metal sculpture as surpassing the works produced in China and Japan during the medieval period. Stone sculpture evolved alongside these achievements. Early works closely reflected artistic developments in northern India while gradually acquiring a distinctive local character. Among the finest surviving examples are the Great Pillar at Changunarayan, elegant Vishnu images, monumental Garuda statues, the reclining Vishnu at Buddhanilkantha, and numerous sculptural groups decorating temples throughout the valley. These works combined simplicity, graceful composition, and expressive realism, creating a style that balanced spiritual symbolism with remarkable naturalism. Painting also flourished within Nuar civilization, although much of this artistic heritage has unfortunately disappeared. Wall paintings once decorated houses throughout the Kathmandu Valley, but only scattered examples survive today. More fortunate has been the preservation of richly illustrated manuscript covers portraying scenes from the Jataka tales, the lives of Buddhist saints, and important religious figures. These surviving works demonstrate remarkable skill in drawing, composition, and color, reflecting artistic traditions closely connected with the celebrated Pala and Western Indian schools while maintaining a distinctly Nepalese sense of movement and expression. Temple banners added yet another dimension to this visual culture. Painted on silk or canvas in brilliant shades of red, yellow, and green, these ceremonial banners displayed extraordinary mastery of color and symbolism. While the famous Thangka tradition ultimately arrived from Tibet, Nuar artists quickly adapted it to their own aesthetic preferences, contributing to the rich artistic exchange that linked Nepal with the wider Buddhist world. For centuries, the Kathmandu Valley stood at the crossroads of Asia, linking the civilizations of India, Tibet, and eventually China. Long before many neighboring kingdoms reached their artistic maturity, Nepal had already established itself as a center of architecture, sculpture, and religious learning. From this small Himalayan kingdom emerged traditions that would profoundly influence the Buddhist world, leaving an artistic legacy that stretched across the mountains into Tibet and beyond. Among Nepal's greatest cultural ambassadors was the celebrated Nuar master artist Araniko, one of the most remarkable figures in medieval Asian art. His career illustrates the extraordinary reputation Nepalese craftsmen enjoyed throughout the 13th century. According to historical accounts preserved in the Yuan dynasty chronicles, Araniko departed Nepal together with a group of sculptors, architects, and painters to undertake major religious projects commissioned by the rulers of Tibet. From there, his reputation spread to the imperial court of Kublai Khan, where his talents transformed the artistic relationship between Nepal and China. Even as a young man, Araniko displayed extraordinary ability. Contemporary records describe him as possessing an exceptional memory, capable of reciting Buddhist scriptures with ease while mastering the complex principles governing artistic proportion and design. He quickly surpassed his fellow craftsmen in architecture, sculpture, metal casting, and painting, demonstrating a versatility rarely found in a single individual. By his late 20s, he had already become recognized as one of Nepal's finest artists. His greatest opportunity arrived when Tibetan religious authorities requested a team of Nepalese craftsmen to construct a magnificent golden stupa. Although dozens of skilled artists were available, none wished to assume overall responsibility for such an ambitious project. Araniko, despite his youth, volunteered to lead the expedition. When doubts arose because of his age, he confidently replied that, although he might be young in years, his mind was not. The statement perfectly reflected the confidence and ambition that would soon make him famous across Asia. The completed monument astonished everyone who saw it. Finished within a remarkably short period, the stupa demonstrated such technical mastery that Tibetan religious leaders immediately recognized Araniko's exceptional talent. Impressed beyond expectation, they presented him to the court of Kublai Khan, where an even greater career awaited him. Chinese historical records preserve a vivid account of Araniko's first audience with the emperor. Curious about the young foreign craftsman, Kublai Khan asked whether he felt afraid upon arriving in China. Araniko responded with remarkable confidence, explaining that a true artist belonged to all lands and therefore had no reason to fear any country. His answer reflected not only personal courage, but also the cosmopolitan outlook shared by many medieval craftsmen who traveled widely in service of religion and empire. The emperor soon put his abilities to the test by assigning him the restoration of an important bronze imperial statue. Araniko completed the work with astonishing precision. Every detail, from the veins and folds of the figure to its overall proportions, appeared flawless. Chinese metalworkers, themselves heirs to one of the world's oldest artistic traditions, openly admired his achievement. His success immediately established him among the finest artists serving the Yuan Empire. Over the following years, Araniko directed the creation of countless religious sculptures, monumental works in bronze and iron, imperial portraits, and ceremonial objects. His paintings were considered unequaled, while his metal sculptures adorned monasteries and public buildings throughout the empire. Eventually, he received one of the highest artistic appointments available, becoming superintendent of imperial metal workshops and earning extraordinary favor at court. Even after his death, the emperor honored him with prestigious posthumous titles in recognition of his lasting contribution to Chinese civilization. Aranako's career demonstrates that Nepal's influence extended far beyond the Himalayas. Through artists like him, Nepalese architectural principles, sculptural techniques, and Buddhist artistic traditions reached Tibet, China, and eventually much of East and Southeast Asia. Although historical records remain incomplete, surviving evidence strongly suggests that Nepalese craftsmen helped shape monasteries, temples, paintings, and sculptures across a vast region stretching from the Tibetan Plateau to China, Burma, Siam, and perhaps even Sri Lanka. Yet despite this glorious artistic heritage, Nepal's creative traditions gradually entered a period of decline. The magnificent temple architecture, sophisticated wood carving, and refined artistic ideals that had once defined the Kathmandu Valley slowly gave way to imitation of foreign fashions and less ambitious forms of construction. Traditional carving became increasingly rare outside ancient temples, while newly built palaces adopted imported Western styles that often ignored the country's remarkable architectural inheritance. This decline did not occur suddenly, but developed over several centuries. Political fragmentation after the 16th century weakened the institutions that had long supported artistic achievement. Rival rulers became absorbed in internal struggles, placing personal ambition above cultural preservation. Royal patronage diminished, public investment in monumental architecture declined, and the unified vision that had once inspired Nepalese civilization gradually disappeared. Without strong political leadership, many artistic traditions that had flourished for generations slowly faded. The result was more than the disappearance of individual works of art. Nepal lost much of the cultural confidence that had once distinguished it throughout Asia. The ideals of religious harmony, artistic excellence, and national unity that had produced the masterpieces of the Kathmandu Valley weakened as political instability and aristocratic rivalry took their place. Although the great temples survived, the creative spirit that had built them became increasingly difficult to sustain. Understanding Nepal's earliest history presents historians with another equally difficult challenge. Reliable historical evidence becomes increasingly scarce before the 3rd century AD. For this early period, scholars depend largely upon inscriptions, foreign travelers' accounts, and a collection of traditional Nepalese chronicles known as the Vamsavalis. These chronicles preserve long lists of rulers, legendary events, and dynastic histories that remain indispensable despite their obvious limitations. Ancient Indian literature offers surprisingly little additional information. Although works such as the Arthashastra, the Natya Shastra, Buddhist Vinaya texts, and a handful of other writings occasionally mention Nepal, these references are generally brief and rarely provide enough detail to reconstruct the country's early political history. Nepalese religious texts such as the Swayambhu Purana and the Nepal Mahatmya contain vivid descriptions of the valley but are largely legendary in character, making it difficult to separate historical fact from sacred tradition. Even so, these scattered references remain extremely valuable. The Arthashastra mentions Nepalese woolen blankets traded in Pataliputra, confirming commercial connections with the Gangetic world. Later literary works identify Nepal as an established kingdom, while Buddhist traditions describe it as a difficult mountainous land inhabited by powerful tribes. Inscriptions from the Gupta period finally begin providing direct historical evidence, marking the point where Nepal gradually emerges from legend into documented history. The greatest challenge lies in evaluating the traditional chronicles themselves. Their long genealogies preserve names of rulers that might otherwise have been lost forever, yet they also contain obvious chronological problems. Many reigns are unrealistically long, dynasties appear to overlap, rulers are placed centuries away from their historically documented dates, and legendary figures are inserted alongside genuine historical kings. Rather than accepting every detail literally, modern historians compare these chronicles with inscriptions, archaeological discoveries, and foreign accounts to distinguish authentic history from later embellishment. A striking example of these chronological difficulties concerns the famous ruler Amsuvarman. Chinese sources clearly place his reign during the lifetime of the pilgrim Xuanzang in the 7th century. yet some traditional Nepalese chronicles incorrectly move him nearly 700 years earlier. Such discrepancies demonstrate that while the chronicles preserve invaluable historical memories, they must always be approached with careful critical analysis. Their greatest importance lies not in their precise chronology, but in preserving the framework upon which the early history of Nepal can gradually be reconstructed through comparison with more reliable historical evidence. The earliest history of Nepal presents historians with an unusual challenge. The country's traditional chronicles preserve long lists of rulers and dramatic accounts of ancient events, yet their chronology often conflicts sharply with inscriptions and archaeological evidence. One striking example is the reign of the famous ruler Amsuvarman. While inscriptions securely place him between the late 6th and early 7th centuries AD, some chronicles move his reign back to the 1st century BC. This is not an isolated mistake, but part of a broader pattern in which entire dynasties were shifted centuries earlier than modern evidence allows. Such distortions arose largely because medieval chroniclers attempted to create an unbroken royal genealogy extending back to the beginning of the current cosmic age. Faced with gaps in historical knowledge, they often lengthened reigns to 60 or 70 years, assigned impossible lifespans to kings, rearranged the order of rulers, and occasionally inserted entirely fictional dynasties. Some royal houses existed only in the imagination of later writers, while genuine historical dynasties were displaced by thousands of years. The result was an impressive but deeply unreliable chronological framework. Despite these problems, the chronicles remain indispensable. They preserve the names of many rulers who would otherwise be completely unknown, filling periods for which inscriptions and foreign accounts provide almost no information. Although historians cannot accept every date or event literally, these records continue to serve as the principal foundation for reconstructing Nepal's earliest past. Without them, the centuries before the 4th century AD would remain almost entirely obscure. Other ancient sources offer surprisingly little assistance. Most Puranas remain almost completely silent regarding Nepal, while the few literary references that survive are too brief and too vague to establish a reliable chronology. The chronicles therefore occupy a unique position. Their stories cannot always be verified, yet they preserve traditions that may contain genuine memories of early historical events hidden beneath layers of myth and legend. Modern historians must therefore approach them with both caution and respect, separating probable historical fact from later literary embellishment. According to these traditions, the story of Nepal begins long before the appearance of organized kingdoms. At the dawn of the mythical age known as the Satya Yuga, the Kathmandu Valley was said to have been covered by an enormous lake. Rising from its waters stood a miraculous lotus whose radiance attracted enlightened beings from distant lands. Buddhist tradition identifies this sacred lotus as the manifestation of divine presence upon the earth, drawing great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to the valley. Yet, despite their visits, the waters remained undisturbed until the arrival of the Bodhisattva Manjushri. Legend tells that Manjushri cut a deep gorge through the surrounding hills at Chobhar, allowing the waters of the ancient lake to drain away. As the lake disappeared, fertile land emerged where the Kathmandu Valley now stands. Human settlement soon followed, and the chronicles describe the arrival of the first rulers, beginning with a king from Gauda whose descendants governed the newly habitable valley. These early traditions also suggest that Nepal quickly established contacts with India and even Sri Lanka, encouraging trade and cultural exchange long before the rise of historically documented dynasties. A parallel tradition preserved by Shaivite chroniclers presents a different version of the same story. In this account, the valley again became submerged after the destructive actions of a powerful demon. Lord Krishna eventually defeated the monster, the waters once more receded, and a new royal line known as the Matatirtha dynasty established control over the land. These rulers were later credited with giving the country its name, Nepal. Although clearly legendary, such narratives demonstrate how Buddhist and Hindu traditions both sought to explain the origins of the valley through sacred history. Interestingly, geological evidence provides unexpected support for part of these ancient legends. Scientific studies indicate that the Kathmandu Valley was indeed occupied by a vast prehistoric lake. Fossilized leaves and plant remains discovered beneath the modern surface suggest that dramatic environmental changes occurred over thousands of years. While these discoveries do not confirm the mythical stories themselves, they reveal that collective memory may have preserved echoes of genuine geological events long after their true causes had been forgotten. Following the legendary period, the chronicles introduce the first historically significant ruling people, the Kiratas. According to tradition, they entered the Kathmandu Valley from the east and gradually extended their authority across the region. Although later writers place their arrival as early as the beginning of the Kali Yuga, modern historical analysis suggests that the Kirata dynasty probably emerged around the 7th century BC. This dating fits much better with archaeological evidence and the broader history of the Himalayan region. Reconstructing the Kirata period remains extremely difficult because virtually no inscriptions, coins, or contemporary documents survive from these centuries. Historians therefore depend almost entirely upon the traditional chronicles despite their shortcomings. Every reconstruction of early Nepal before the 5th century AD must necessarily combine legend, archaeology, comparative history, and cautious interpretation. It is a period where certainty remains elusive and many conclusions remain provisional. Today, the Kirata peoples inhabit eastern Nepal between the Sun Koshi and Arun rivers. Many scholars believe they represent descendants of the same broad population that once ruled the Kathmandu Valley. Earlier discussions have suggested that the Nuars themselves may preserve important elements of this ancient Kirata heritage. Although some 19th century historians attempted to connect the Nuars with Tibetan populations, linguistic and historical evidence points instead toward a much older relationship between the Nuars and the indigenous Kirata communities of the eastern Himalayas. Ancient Indian literature sheds surprisingly little light on this formative period. The Brahmanas, Upanishads, major Puranas, and even the earliest Buddhist texts rarely mention Nepal by name. When the Mahabharata refers to a region called Kirata Desa, it provides almost no geographical detail, making identification difficult. Early Indian geographical lists also omit Nepal entirely, suggesting that the Himalayan kingdom remained beyond the principal horizon of many authors writing in the Gangetic Plains. Historical attention after the age of the Mahabharata shifted increasingly toward the kingdom of Videha. During its greatest expansion, ancient Nepal appears to have extended from the Gandak River in the west to the Sun Koshi in the east, reaching southward into the Terai. Whether Videha exercised authority over portions of the Himalayan foothills remains uncertain, but the geographical proximity of the two regions almost certainly encouraged regular interaction between them. The nearby state of Kapilavastu, famous as the homeland of the Buddha, occupied only a small territory near Nepal's southern frontier. Although part of modern Nepal now includes the site traditionally identified with ancient Kapilavastu, the Sakya kingdom belonged culturally and linguistically to the northern Indian world rather than to the Kirata traditions of the Kathmandu Valley. Its people spoke forms of Indo-Aryan speech, while the inhabitants of ancient Nepal retained languages and customs rooted in the Indo-Mongoloid cultures of the eastern Himalayas. Nevertheless, close cooperation between Nepal and neighboring Videha almost certainly existed from an early period. Trade routes, geographical proximity, and later political connections under the Licchavis all point towards centuries of interaction between the Himalayan Valley and the kingdoms of the Gangetic Plains. If the Nuars indeed preserve the heritage of the ancient Kiratas, then these relationships may have begun long before written history, forming the earliest foundations of Nepal's enduring connections with the civilizations to its south. The Kirata period marks the first chapter of Nepalese history that can be approached as something more than legend, although many uncertainties still remain. According to historical reconstruction based on the traditional chronicles, the Kiratas did not enter the Kathmandu Valley in a single migration. Instead, they appear to have arrived in several successive waves over the course of nearly 3 centuries before the beginning of recorded Nepalese history, with the final migration establishing itself around the 7th century BC. This gradual movement of people explains both the diversity found among the Kirata tribes and their lasting influence on the development of the valley. The royal genealogies preserved in the Vamsavalis list 29 Kirata rulers whose names display striking similarities to those still found among modern Kirata communities. Tribal names such as Kulung, Thulung, and Yelung closely resemble those recorded in the ancient chronicles. Even the traditional Newari name for Patan appears to preserve the memory of one of these early Kirata groups, suggesting that the first settlers left a lasting imprint not only on the population but also on the geography and identity of the Kathmandu Valley itself. Although the chronicles assign more than 11 centuries to the Kirata dynasty and place its beginnings deep in the 2nd millennium BC, modern historical analysis suggests a much shorter chronology. Calculating an average reign of approximately 25 years for each of the 29 rulers produces a far more realistic span of about 7 centuries. Combined with evidence surrounding the traditional visit of Emperor Ashoka, this calculation places the beginning of Kirata rule in the early 6th century BC rather than in the distant mythical past described by later chroniclers. The surviving chronicles preserve several different versions of the Kirata royal succession. While the spellings and order of names vary considerably, they consistently begin with Yalambara, the legendary founder of the dynasty, followed by a long sequence of rulers whose names echo those of later Kirata clans. Although historians cannot confirm every individual king, the repeated appearance of similar names across independent traditions suggests that these genealogies preserve genuine historical memories despite later embellishments. Some scholars have attempted to identify surviving sculptures and archaeological remains as products of the Kirata age. Whether these identifications prove correct or not, they reflect an important recognition that the Kiratas represented far more than a brief political dynasty. Their influence appears to have extended deeply into the cultural and artistic development of early Nepal, leaving traces that survived long after their rulers disappeared from the historical record. Kirata traditions themselves preserve memories of an even broader migration. According to later legends, related Kirata peoples once occupied an immense region stretching from the Brahmaputra Valley of Assam westward toward the Gandak River. This vast territory formed a continuous zone inhabited by Indo-Mongoloid communities who gradually displaced or absorbed earlier populations. Whether every detail of these traditions is historically accurate remains uncertain, yet they point toward the existence of extensive cultural connections across the eastern Himalayas long before the emergence of recorded states. One conclusion, however, appears difficult to dispute. The earliest history of Nepal is inseparable from the history of Indo-Mongoloid peoples. The Kiratas almost certainly reached the Kathmandu Valley by following the Bagmati River through the eastern Himalayan foothills. Their arrival was not a simple military expedition carried out by a handful of warriors, but a large-scale migration involving entire communities. Warriors, farmers, craftsmen, and families settled together, permanently transforming the social structure of the valley. Before their arrival, the valley was already inhabited by earlier populations of Ostroid and Dravidian ancestry. Very little is known about these original settlers, yet traces of their presence appear to survive within the Newari language and aspects of early Newar culture. The Kirata migrants did not completely replace these older inhabitants. Instead, the two populations gradually merged, creating a new society that combined different ethnic traditions into a single cultural community. This process of integration explains why the Newars later emerged as such a remarkably diverse people. If the identification of the Newars with the ancient Kiratas is broadly correct, then Kirata rule represented not the domination of outsiders over an indigenous population, but rather the political ascendancy of one branch of the valley's earliest inhabitants. At the same time, this interpretation should not be carried too far. The Newars ultimately became a composite people whose ancestry reflected successive waves of migration rather than a single ethnic origin. Equally important is the observation that Nepal did not lose its independent identity after the Kirata dynasty disappeared. Although later ruling families frequently traced their origins to northern India and claimed Kshatriya status, they rapidly became integrated into the society they governed. Local traditions remembered these rulers not as foreign conquerors, but as Nepalese kings who identified themselves with the land and its people. Political leadership changed, but the cultural continuity of the Kathmandu Valley remained largely unbroken. The next great chapter in Nepal's history belongs to the Licchavis. Curiously, most traditional chronicles fail to recognize them as a separate royal dynasty. Instead, they replace them with broad categories such as the solar and lunar dynasties, blending different royal families into a single continuous genealogy. Only one important chronicle, the Gopala Raja Vamsavali, explicitly states that the Licchavis entered Nepal after defeating the Kiratas. This omission illustrates once again the difficulties historians face when relying solely on medieval narrative traditions. Fortunately, inscriptions provide much firmer evidence for this period. Epigraphic records, together with reliable historical works such as the Manjushri Mulakalpa and the Sumati Tantra, establish beyond serious doubt that the early centuries of the Christian era through the end of the 8th century formed the Great Licchavi Age of Nepal. This conclusion directly contradicts the traditional chronicles, which almost entirely overlooked one of the country's most important ruling dynasties. Even the more reliable genealogies remain difficult to reconcile with the inscriptions. Different chronicles rearrange the order of rulers, divide a single dynasty into separate branches, or assign kings to incorrect generations. Names such as Kuvaravarman, Chandravarman, Bhaskaravarman, Jayavarman, and Bhumivarman appear in varying sequences depending upon the source consulted. As a result, historians must reconstruct the Licchavi succession by comparing inscriptions with these traditional lists rather than accepting any one genealogy at face value. Between the decline of Kirata authority and the secure establishment of the Licchavi dynasty lies one of the most obscure periods in Nepalese history. Because inscriptions are almost entirely absent, historians have long referred to these centuries as Nepal's Dark Age. Yet this darkness may be more apparent than real. If the traditional genealogies are interpreted carefully and the dating of early inscriptions is adjusted in light of modern evidence, much of the apparent historical gap begins to disappear. The chronicles provide enough names and events to suggest a continuous political tradition, even if many details remain uncertain. One possible explanation for the silence of the inscriptions is that Nepal temporarily lost part of its political independence during this transitional era. According to the chronicles, foreign invasions from the Indian subcontinent disrupted local rule, and archaeological evidence, including coinage resembling Kushan issues, points towards significant external influence. Rather than representing a complete break in Nepalese history, this period may reflect an age during which local rulers governed under varying degrees of foreign pressure while preserving the foundations of the civilization that would later flourish under the Licchavis. By comparing inscriptional evidence with the traditional genealogies, historians conclude that the Kirata dynasty had probably disappeared from the Kathmandu Valley by the middle of the 1st century AD. If the average reign of each ruler is calculated at roughly 20 years, and Emperor Ashoka's traditional visit is accepted as a chronological landmark, the Kirata line seems to have ended sometime around the 50s AD. Thereafter, Nepal entered a prolonged period in which its political independence appears to have weakened considerably. For nearly 3 centuries, from the middle of the 1st century until approximately AD 350, the valley may have remained under the influence of powerful kingdoms centered in the Gangetic Plains. Only a brief interruption seems to have occurred during the reign traditionally associated with Jayadeva I. This prolonged period of foreign dominance may explain why the inscriptions omit many rulers who nevertheless survived in the later chronicles. Rather than indicating that these kings never existed, the silence of the inscriptions may simply reflect changing political circumstances in which local authority operated beneath larger imperial powers. The Licchavis themselves may have reached Nepal during this unsettled age. As Kushan expansion transformed northern India, branches of the Licchavi family appear to have sought refuge in the relative security of the Kathmandu Valley. Their migration probably followed the collapse of earlier regional powers such as the Sungas, who were unable to withstand Kushan military pressure. Yet the Himalayas did not remain beyond imperial reach for long. Archaeological discoveries, especially Kushan coins found within the valley, strongly suggest that Nepal eventually came under Kushan political influence as well. The geographical position of Nepal helps explain this development. The Kushans maintained strong administrative centers across northern India while establishing authority over North Bihar, bringing their sphere of influence close to the Himalayan foothills. The Kathmandu Valley, connected to these regions through trade routes and mountain passes, naturally became part of the wider political landscape shaped by the Kushan Empire. After the decline of Kushan authority, other Indian dynasties emerged to dominate the Gangetic Plain. Among them were the Satavahanas, yet unlike the Kushans, they left almost no archaeological evidence in Nepal. No Satavahana coinage has been discovered in the valley, suggesting that their influence never extended significantly into the Himalayan kingdom. Likewise, the possibility of Yaudheya domination appears unlikely because of the considerable geographical distance separating their territories from Nepal. Additional clues emerge from the Sumati Tantra, a historical work that preserves traditions linking Nepal with the major dynasties of ancient India. Although the text primarily follows the political history of the Gangetic Plains, it implies that rulers in Pataliputra exercised varying degrees of authority over Nepal during certain periods. When combined with the evidence of Ashoka's traditional visit and the discovery of Kushan coins in the valley, these traditions strengthen the possibility that Nepal occasionally acknowledged powerful Indian monarchs while retaining its own local institutions. The fall of the Kushan Empire introduced another profound transformation, not primarily political, but cultural and religious. The Vakatakas, who emerged as one of the leading powers in India, helped stimulate a broad revival of Shaivism throughout the subcontinent. Nepal did not remain untouched by this movement. Although Buddhism had long flourished under the Kiratas, the Licchavis, and the Kushans, new religious influences gradually reshaped the spiritual life of the Kathmandu Valley. One of the most visible expressions of this revival centered upon the sacred sanctuary of Pashupatinath. According to later tradition, the site had once been associated with Buddhist worship before becoming one of the foremost centers of Shaivism. During the reign of Pasuparakadeva, the royal court appears to have embraced the worship of Shiva, marking an important turning point in Nepal's religious history. Although Buddhism remained deeply rooted among the general population, royal patronage increasingly favored the Shaivite tradition. The famous linga of Pashupatinath reflects this changing religious climate. Carved with 4 serene faces emerging subtly from a single stone, the sculpture closely resembles contemporary artistic traditions developing elsewhere in India during the early centuries of the Common Era. Its elegant craftsmanship, restrained symbolism, and refined execution make it one of the earliest surviving masterpieces of Nepalese religious sculpture. Although relatively few monuments from this early period survive, the Pashupatinath Linga occupies a uniquely important position. Because so many ancient buildings were destroyed or rebuilt over subsequent centuries, this sculpture serves as one of the rare surviving witnesses to Nepal's artistic and religious development during the transitional centuries between the Kirata and mature Licchavi periods. Even early Nepalese coinage reveals connections with the broader artistic traditions of the Gupta age, further confirming the valley's participation in the cultural currents of northern India. These artistic remains also assist historians in reconstructing the early Licchavi genealogy. If Pasuparakadeva is correctly placed within the period of Vakataka influence, then several rulers traditionally assigned to later generations must instead belong to the opening centuries of Licchavi rule. Such adjustments bring the traditional chronicles into much closer agreement with inscriptional evidence, allowing the scattered pieces of Nepal's early political history to fit together more coherently. Following the end of Kushan domination, India entered the age of the Gupta Renaissance, one of the greatest periods of religious, artistic, and intellectual revival in South Asian history. Shaivism became increasingly prominent at royal courts, replacing the strong Buddhist patronage that had characterized many earlier dynasties. Nepal, however, responded differently from its southern neighbors. Rather than abandoning Buddhism, the Kathmandu Valley gradually developed a remarkable synthesis in which Buddhist and Shaivite traditions merged into a distinctive religious culture unique to Nepal. This transformation occurred first within the royal court before spreading throughout society. Legends surrounding the philosopher Shankaracharya and King Shankaradeva symbolize this broader religious evolution. Although the historical details remain uncertain, they reflect a genuine process through which rulers who had once favored Buddhism increasingly embraced Shaivite worship without rejecting the older faith altogether. Instead of replacing one religion with another, Nepal developed a tradition in which both existed side by side. As this process continued, sectarian rivalries gradually diminished. Buddhist monks, Shaivite priests, and ordinary worshippers increasingly participated in shared religious practices, honoring both Buddhist and Hindu deities within the same sacred landscape. Earlier, tensions slowly gave way to a spirit of cooperation that became one of the defining characteristics of Nepalese civilization. The remarkable coexistence, still visible today in the temples and shrines of the Kathmandu Valley, has its roots in this formative period of religious synthesis. The inscriptions themselves provide striking evidence for this harmony. Kings devoted to Shiva made generous offerings to Buddhist institutions, while Buddhist monuments incorporated deities traditionally associated with Hindu worship. Even the Hinayana tradition continued to receive respect alongside Mahayana Buddhism and Shaivism well into the 7th century. Rather than dividing society, religion became a unifying force that blended diverse beliefs into a single cultural tradition. During this same era, Nepal produced one of the most celebrated rulers in its early history, Bhaskaravarman of the Licchavi dynasty. Later chronicles credit him with conquering the whole of northern India, a claim that is almost certainly exaggerated. Nevertheless, there is good reason to believe that his kingdom exercised authority over a remarkably large territory stretching across substantial parts of northern India, making the Licchavis one of the leading political powers of their age. The importance of the Licchavis is further reflected in Gupta coinage. Coins issued by Chandragupta I prominently display the name of the Licchavis, indicating the prestige of the dynasty and the close relationship between the Gupta rulers and their Licchavi relatives. Modern historians generally agree that both Chandragupta I and Samudragupta owed much of their political success to alliances forged with the Licchavi royal family through marriage and kinship. If the Licchavis who supported the Guptas were indeed the same dynasty ruling Nepal, the political significance of the Kathmandu Valley during the 4th century becomes much greater than previously imagined. Rather than existing as a remote Himalayan kingdom, Nepal may have stood at the center of an influential political network extending across northern India. In this interpretation, the territories associated with the ancient Licchavis, including regions around Vaisali, remained closely connected with Nepal throughout much of the Gupta period, making the valley an active participant in one of the most important eras of South Asian history. The close relationship between the Gupta Empire and the Licchavis may explain one of the most puzzling features of early Nepalese history. The famous Allahabad pillar inscription of Samudragupta identifies Nepal as one of the independent frontier kingdoms lying beyond the core territories of the Gupta Empire. These frontier states acknowledged Gupta supremacy through tribute and ceremonial attendance at the imperial court, yet they continued to govern themselves. The absence of any clear reference to the conquest of Vaisali has led some historians to suggest that the Licchavis retained authority over that important region during Samudragupta's reign, largely because of the close family ties linking the Gupta dynasty with the Licchavis. This situation appears to have changed during the reign of Chandragupta II. Later evidence suggests that Vaisali no longer enjoyed the same autonomous position and instead became incorporated into the Gupta administrative system through the province of North Bihar. Nepal itself likewise seems to have acknowledged Gupta overlordship sometime during this period, although the available inscriptions provide no direct account of military conquest. Rather than complete political subjugation, the relationship appears to have resembled one of diplomatic dependence combined with strong cultural influence. Indeed, Gupta influence proved far more significant in the cultural sphere than in politics. Nepalese sculpture, architecture, and artistic expression of the 4th and 5th centuries reveal unmistakable Gupta inspiration. The magnificent pillar and Garuda statue at Changunarayan stand among the finest surviving examples of this exchange. Their elegant proportions, refined carving, and symbolic imagery demonstrate how deeply Gupta artistic ideals penetrated the Kathmandu Valley, while simultaneously acquiring a distinct local character. The Gupta age also transformed Nepal's political institutions. Before this period, the Licchavis had inherited a republican tradition from their ancient homeland, preserving many features of collective government even after settling in Nepal. Authority rested not solely in the hands of a monarch, but within broader political institutions that reflected older republican customs. Under Gupta influence, however, this system gradually evolved into a hereditary monarchy centered upon the authority of a single king. Manadeva I became the first ruler to embody this new conception of kingship. Even then, the transformation occurred cautiously. Early royal inscriptions reveal that he adopted relatively modest titles, reflecting continued respect for the long-standing political traditions of his people. Only toward the end of his reign did grander royal epithets such as Maharaja begin to appear, signaling the gradual emergence of a stronger and more centralized monarchy. Under his successors, especially Vasantadeva, these more exalted titles became standard, reflecting the consolidation of royal authority. Yet Nepalese monarchy never developed into unrestricted despotism. Although Gupta political ideals strengthened the position of the king, the rulers of Nepal continued to recognize the importance of older local institutions. Village assemblies retained considerable influence over community affairs, and royal decrees frequently respected their traditional rights and jurisdiction. The king possessed supreme authority, but effective government still depended upon cooperation with local leaders who represented the interests of their communities. This balance between royal power and local participation became one of the defining characteristics of early Nepalese administration. Kings could establish courts, override local decisions, and demand compulsory labor for public purposes when necessary. Nevertheless, they generally avoided interfering unnecessarily in village affairs. The continued consultation of local assemblies reveals that older traditions of collective governance survived even as monarchy became the dominant political institution. Modern historians have sometimes attempted to explain later Nepalese government by tracing it directly back to the Licchavi constitution. One influential interpretation argued that the existence of two principal executive offices represented a continuation of the ancient Licchavi system. According to this view, the dual leadership of king and deputy reflected a constitutional arrangement inherited from the republican traditions of the Licchavis. Closer examination, however, suggests that such comparisons are misleading. The republican institutions of the Licchavis rested upon popular consent, with executive officials deriving their authority from election rather than hereditary right. The Raja and Uparaja exercised power because they represented the will of the people, who remained the ultimate source of sovereignty. This constitutional principle fundamentally distinguished the Licchavi system from later forms of shared kingship or regency. By contrast, later examples of dual authority in Nepal arose under very different circumstances. Whether during the age of powerful prime ministers or under systems of regency, authority no longer rested upon popular choice, but upon hereditary privilege or military power. The appearance of two leading figures within the government did not indicate the survival of republican traditions. Instead, it usually reflected practical arrangements in which real authority became concentrated in the hands of one dominant individual while another retained only ceremonial prestige. The political evolution of Nepal therefore cannot be reduced to a single continuous constitutional model. Each historical period produced institutions suited to its own circumstances. The republican traditions of the Licchavis, the later dictatorship established by Amsuvarman, the regencies of the Malla era, and the dominance of powerful hereditary prime ministers all emerged from different political conditions rather than representing successive stages of one unbroken constitutional development. What remained constant throughout these transformations was the remarkable adaptability of Nepalese political culture. Foreign influences, whether from the Guptas or other neighboring powers, were never adopted without modification. Instead, they blended with indigenous traditions, producing institutions uniquely suited to the Kathmandu Valley. Monarchy replaced republican government, yet village assemblies survived. Royal authority expanded, yet local customs endured. In the same way that Nepal had fused Buddhist and Shaivite traditions into a distinctive religious culture, It also transformed external political ideas into institutions that reflected its own historical experience and social character. One of the strongest objections raised against earlier interpretations of Nepalese history concerns the attempt to equate the government of the modern Rana era with the ancient Licchavi Republic. Such a comparison overlooks the fundamental political transformation that had taken place centuries earlier. Once the old tribal republics disappeared and Gupta political ideals spread into the Himalayas, Nepal gradually abandoned its republican traditions in favor of centralized monarchy. The liberal institutions that had once characterized the Licchavis steadily gave way to increasingly absolute forms of government. The political system dominated by the Rana family represented one of the clearest examples of this later development. Although authority appeared to be divided between two sovereign figures, the arrangement existed largely in form rather than in substance. The Maharajadhiraja, or king, retained little more than ceremonial dignity, while the Maharaja, serving nominally as prime minister, exercised virtually all executive authority. He governed not merely as the head of government, but effectively as the real sovereign of the country, combining the powers of both monarch and minister in a hereditary office. The population therefore regarded him as the true ruler, regardless of the formal existence of the royal throne. Such a system bore almost no resemblance to the republican institutions of the Licchavis. In the ancient republic, political authority ultimately rested upon the consent of the community, and executive offices reflected a tradition of collective government inherited from earlier republican society. The dual leadership that existed under the Licchavis functioned within an entirely different constitutional framework from the later Rana arrangement, where hereditary privilege rather than public consent determined political authority. Similarities in appearance therefore conceal profound differences in political philosophy. Having examined the broader constitutional background, attention turns once again to the difficult problem of chronology. One of the most valuable inscriptions from ancient Nepal, issued during the reign of Manadeva, preserves a royal genealogy beginning with King Versadeva. A second inscription, commissioned by Jayadeva II, repeats the same succession while extending the genealogy by several additional generations. Since both inscriptions present Manadeva in exactly the same position within the royal lineage, historians have little reason to doubt that they refer to the same individual. Manadeva is clearly identified as the son and successor of Dharmadeva and as an ancestor of Jayadeva II, making his reign one of the principal chronological anchors for reconstructing early Nepalese history. Before these inscriptions can be fully understood, however, it is necessary to compare them with the genealogies preserved in the traditional chronicles. Those chronicles divide the rulers of this period into two principal dynasties. The first continues the line of the Suryavansis, or Solar dynasty, while the second introduces an entirely new royal house headed by the famous Amsuvarman and identified as the Thakuri dynasty. Because the reign of Amsuvarman can be dated securely through the observations of the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, it provides another reliable point from which earlier generations may be measured. The Suryavansi genealogy itself survives in several different versions. Among the earliest rulers appear names such as Chandravarman, Jayavarman, Brishvarman, Sarvavarman, Prithvivarman, Jeshthavarman, Harivarman, Siddhivarman, Basudatta, and Shripati. Later generations include Versadeva, Shankaradeva, Dharmadeva, Manadeva, and Vasantadeva before continuing through Udayadeva, Gunakamadeva, Sivadeva, Narendradeva, Bhimadeva, Vishnudeva, and Viswadeva. The sequence differs considerably between the surviving manuscripts, illustrating once again the difficulty of relying upon any single chronicle without comparison to inscriptions and archaeological evidence. The confusion becomes even greater because some chronicles insert Amsuvarman immediately after these rulers, while others begin an entirely separate Thakuri dynasty with his accession. In addition, several important kings appear more than once under slightly different names, while others disappear altogether. Such inconsistencies suggest that later chroniclers combined originally independent royal traditions into one continuous genealogy without fully understanding the historical relationships between them. One particularly difficult problem concerns the repeated appearance of rulers named Manadeva and Sivadeva. Historians must determine whether these names refer to the same individuals or to different kings separated by generations. Earlier, scholarship identified Siva Bridivarman from one genealogical list with Sivadeva I, a ruler whose reign can be dated with confidence because of Xuanzang's testimony. At the same time, evidence suggested that more than one king named Manadeva ruled Nepal, creating additional uncertainty in reconstructing the royal succession. An important breakthrough came from a manuscript of the Sumati Tantra preserved by the Rajguru of Nepal. Unlike the version known in the British Museum, this manuscript assigns a specific regnal year to one Manadeva, placing him in Shaka, year 498, corresponding to AD 576. An annotation further relates this date to the Nepal era, providing independent confirmation of the chronology. This discovery greatly clarified one branch of the royal genealogy by establishing the reign of one Manadeva with considerable precision. Even so, difficulties remain. Another Manadeva appears in connection with inscriptions issued during the reign of Jisnugupta, raising the question of whether the two names belong to separate rulers or whether one of the readings has been misunderstood. Later research has suggested that at least one traditional reading may have been incorrect, reducing some of the apparent confusion. Nevertheless, establishing the exact sequence of these rulers continues to depend upon careful comparison of inscriptions, manuscripts, and the sometimes contradictory evidence preserved in the chronicles. The traditional genealogies also omit several historically documented rulers altogether. Mahideva, whose existence is firmly established through inscriptions, is absent from the chronicles, while Ganadeva, whose reign unquestionably followed Vasantadeva according to epigraphic evidence, likewise fails to appear in the expected position. These omissions demonstrate that the chroniclers were concerned less with preserving an accurate historical record than with constructing a continuous royal narrative. Their lists therefore remain valuable, but only after being corrected and reorganized in the light of more reliable archaeological and inscriptional evidence. By the middle of the 20th century, nearly 100 inscriptions had been discovered relating to ancient Nepal, although only a small fraction possessed real historical significance. These inscriptions were written according to two separate dating systems, forming two distinct chronological groups. Most had already been published through the efforts of pioneering scholars such as Bhagwan Lal Indraji, Cecil Bendol, Sylvain Levy, and later R. Gonoli, whose comprehensive collection of Nepalese inscriptions in Gupta script became an essential foundation for modern research. More importantly, these inscriptions provided historians with the only dependable means of correcting the serious chronological errors preserved in the traditional chronicles. The first group of inscriptions contains dates ranging from Samvat 386 to 535 and belongs primarily to the period extending from Manadeva through Ganadeva. A second series begins with dates around Samvat 30 and continues to Samvat 172, recording the reigns of Narendradeva, Sivadeva II, Jayadeva II, and their successors, together with several inscriptions issued by Amsuvarman himself. These two chronological systems form the backbone of early Nepalese history, allowing historians to reconstruct the succession of rulers with far greater certainty than was ever possible through the chronicles alone. The inscriptions also reveal important features of the administrative practices of early Nepal. Their script belongs to the Gupta tradition used throughout northern India during the 4th and 5th centuries. Dates normally record only the year, month, fortnight, and lunar day, while a few additionally include astronomical details such as constellations, yoga, and the auspicious moment of issuance. Curiously, none of these early inscriptions mentions the day of the week, illustrating the distinctive conventions followed by Nepalese epigraphists during this period. For the centuries before the 5th century AD, historians were forced to rely almost entirely upon the uncertain evidence of medieval chronicles. The discovery of these inscriptions dramatically changed that situation. Although they illuminate only about 3 centuries of Nepal's early past, they establish an authentic sequence of rulers, while also providing valuable glimpses into the social, economic, religious, and cultural life of the Licchavi kingdom. In this sense, the inscriptions represent one of the greatest breakthroughs in the study of ancient Nepal. Another indispensable source for this period comes from the Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang, known in older scholarship as Huan-Tsang. Leaving China in AD 629, he spent more than 15 years traveling across Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent. Although it remains uncertain whether he ever entered the Kathmandu Valley itself, his writings include a brief but enormously important reference to Nepal. There, he describes Amsuvarman as a ruler who had lived in the time just past, a remark that provides one of the firmest chronological anchors for dating Amsuvarman's reign. An earlier Chinese traveler, Faxian, journeyed through India between AD 399 and 414 and visited nearby Buddhist sites such as Lumbini and Kapilavastu. Yet he made no mention whatsoever of Nepal. Whether this silence reflects simple unfamiliarity with the Himalayan kingdom or merely the limitations of his itinerary remains uncertain. But the contrast with Xuanzang's account highlights how much more visible Nepal had become by the 7th century. The first series of inscriptions forms the principal evidence for reconstructing the period between Vyasadeva and Ganadeva. Among the most significant are the famous pillar inscription of Manadeva at Changunarayan, inscriptions issued by his queen Ksema-Sundari, additional records commissioned during his reign, 3 inscriptions of Vasantadeva, several documents associated with Ganadeva, and a number of inscriptions whose royal authors remain uncertain. Together, they preserve the earliest secure genealogy of the Licchavi dynasty. The Changunarayan pillar inscription occupies a particularly important place within this collection. Dated to Samvat 386, it records the succession of Manadeva's ancestors, naming Vyasadeva, Shankaradeva, and Dharmadeva before Manadeva himself. Other inscriptions continue this genealogy through Vasantadeva and later rulers, demonstrating that the Licchavi dynasty possessed a far longer and more coherent royal succession than the medieval chronicles had suggested. Curiously, these earliest inscriptions never explicitly describe their rulers as members of the Licchavi dynasty. The first document to employ the title Licchavi Kulaketu belongs instead to the reign of Sivadeva. Historians therefore establish the Licchavi ancestry of the earlier kings not from their own inscriptions, but by comparing them with the genealogy preserved in the later inscription of Jayadeva II, which traces their descent from the legendary founder Supuspa of the solar lineage. The central chronological question then becomes the identity of Manadeva. Scholars have long debated whether the Manadeva mentioned in the Sumati Tantra should be identified with the ruler commemorated in the Changunarayan inscription. Because another supposed Manadeva has proved to result from an incorrect reading of an inscription, much of the earlier confusion has disappeared. The real controversy instead concerns the precise date of the Manadeva whose reign is recorded in the earliest epigraphic evidence. The disagreement stems from competing interpretations of the chronological era used in the inscriptions. Some scholars argued that the dates follow the Gupta era beginning in AD 320, while others proposed the Licchavi era beginning in AD 110, the Shaka era beginning in AD 78, or even the Vikrama era beginning in 57 BC. Each interpretation radically alters the position of Manadeva within Nepalese history. If the Gupta era were correct, Manadeva would belong to the 7th century, whereas other systems place him in the 5th century or even earlier. Resolving this question is therefore essential for reconstructing the entire chronology of the Licchavi dynasty. Closer examination of the inscriptions themselves strongly favors an earlier date. Their language, orthography, and style closely resemble the Gupta script of the 4th and 5th centuries rather than the forms used during Amsuvarman's time. Even scholars who disagreed about chronology acknowledge that the epigraphy of Manadeva's inscriptions differs noticeably from the script employed in the 7th century. Such evidence makes it difficult to place these documents as late as some earlier historians proposed. Another argument concerns Manadeva's royal title. Some earlier interpretations viewed his use of the relatively modest designation Nuripati as evidence that he ruled merely as a subordinate under the Thakuris. Yet, this reasoning proves unconvincing. The title Nuripati carried considerable royal prestige in early India and was employed by fully independent monarchs elsewhere, including Gupta rulers. Its appearance therefore offers no proof that Manadeva lacked sovereignty or occupied an inferior political position. Perhaps the most revealing clue lies in the complete absence of any reference to Managriha, the royal palace that appears prominently in later Licchavi inscriptions. If Manadeva had truly belonged to the early 8th century, when Managriha unquestionably served as the royal residence, its omission would be almost impossible to explain. The far simpler conclusion is that the palace did not yet exist when these inscriptions were carved. This suggests that Manadeva belonged to an earlier generation and may indeed have been the first great monarch of the Licchavi dynasty, ruling during the 5th century rather than the 7th. One of the greatest sources of disagreement among historians has been a single expression found in the inscription of Jayadeva II. The Sanskrit compound asyantare, meaning in the interval, has been interpreted in radically different ways, producing entirely different chronologies for the early Licchavi kings. Some scholars argued that it referred to the period during which the Thakuris ruled, placing the earlier Licchavi kings alongside or immediately before Narendra Deva's successors. Yet such an interpretation creates numerous historical contradictions. If the inscription truly intended to make Vyasadeva and his descendants contemporaries of Narendra Deva, several important facts become impossible to explain. Chinese historical records, for example, make no mention of another Licchavi king ruling alongside Narendra Deva, nor do the inscriptions celebrate Dharmadeva as the conqueror of Tibet, despite later attempts to associate him with Nepal's victory over Tibetan forces in the early 8th century. On the contrary, the earliest inscription portrays Dharmadeva as a ruler who himself suffered defeat in battle, making the proposed identification highly improbable. Equally difficult is the complete omission of Amsuvarman from Jayadeva II's genealogy. If Jayadeva truly belonged to the Thakuri dynasty established by Amsuvarman, it would be extraordinary for the dynasty's greatest ruler and founder to disappear entirely from the royal genealogy, while earlier, Licchavi kings occupied places of honor. Such silence strongly suggests that Jayadeva II regarded himself not as a Thakuri descendant, but as a member of the Licchavi royal house. The inscriptions themselves reinforce this conclusion. Narendra Deva is explicitly described as an illustrious member of the Licchavi lineage, while references to the royal residence indicate that the old palace at Kailashakuta had already ceased to function as the principal seat of power. These changes appear to reflect a major political transition, perhaps connected with the period of Tibetan influence over Nepal during the 7th century, rather than the continuation of a Thakuri dynasty. Nor is there any convincing reason to believe that later rulers deliberately claimed Licchavi ancestry merely to enhance their prestige. By this time, the Licchavis had long since declined elsewhere in northern India, while the name of Amsuvarman carried immense honor in its own right. Any descendant of Amsuvarman would have gained prestige by celebrating that connection rather than concealing it. The genealogy preserved by Jayadeva II therefore makes far more sense if it genuinely records the succession of the Licchavi dynasty. Another interpretation of Asyantare proposes that the phrase refers not to simultaneous reigns, but to the interval separating Vasantadeva from Udayadeva. According to this reading, 12 rulers intervened between them. Although the exact wording of the damaged inscription remains uncertain, most modern readings favor an interpretation in which Udayadeva stands as the 13th successor within the second branch of the Licchavi dynasty, while Narendra Deva follows as his son and heir. This arrangement fits both the grammar of the inscription and the broader historical evidence more convincingly than earlier reconstructions. If this reconstruction is accepted, Udayadeva emerges not as a contemporary of Vyasadeva, but as a much later ruler. Several kings immediately preceding him, including Ganadeva and Sivadeva, were probably omitted from the genealogy because their political independence had been severely limited. Sivadeva I, in particular, ruled during the ascendancy of Amsuvarman and therefore exercised only restricted authority. which may explain why the inscription passed over his reign in silence. The Manjushri Mulakalpa paints a vivid picture of the troubled years that followed Vasantadeva. According to this tradition, Nepal entered a prolonged period of disorder marked by foreign domination and repeated political upheaval. The text speaks of outsiders and mlechas overrunning the country before stable government was eventually restored. Rather than describing several dynasties ruling simultaneously, the narrative presents these powers as successive rulers occupying the valley one after another. Within this interpretation, the reign traditionally assigned to Manadeva extended not merely through the lifetime of one king, but symbolically covered the broader era initiated by his dynasty. After the deaths of Manadeva and Vasantadeva, parts of the Kathmandu Valley appear to have fallen under the control of new tribal groups, often identified in later traditions with the Kiratas. Yet, the evidence remains uncertain. The Manjushri Mulakalpa simply describes these newcomers as mlechas, a term that could refer to various non-traditional or foreign peoples rather than a specific ethnic community. Despite these invasions, the Licchavis were not entirely expelled from Nepal. They appear to have retained authority over portions of the kingdom, while rival groups established control elsewhere. The political landscape therefore became fragmented rather than completely transformed. Several rulers, including Bakrama, Parakrama, Kamala, Bhagupta, and Batsaka, are presented as governing in succession over parts of Nepal until their authority was finally displaced by the rise of Amsuvarman. This reconstruction also explains the numerical sequence preserved in Jayadeva II's inscription. When the intervening rulers, together with Amsuvarman and Dhruvadeva, are taken into account, the genealogy corresponds remarkably well with the expected number of generations separating Vasantadeva from Udayadeva. In this framework, the Manadeva mentioned in the Sumati Tantra belongs not to the earlier celebrated monarch, but to one of the otherwise obscure rulers, omitted from the official genealogy, a king whose reign unfolded amid political instability and foreign encroachment. Numismatic evidence provides additional support for this chronology. The coinage traditionally known as Mananka, Gunanka, and Vatsanka combines artistic features borrowed from two great imperial traditions. On one hand, the seated deity and elephant motifs closely resemble those found on Kushan coins. On the other, the legends and inscriptions display unmistakable similarities to Gupta coinage. This remarkable synthesis reflects Nepal's position between two powerful cultural worlds while preserving its own distinctive identity. The Mananka coins are especially significant because they bear the epithet Sri Bhogini, an expression that corresponds closely with descriptions of Manadeva preserved in the Manjushri Mulakalpa. Earlier scholars mistakenly believed the inscription referred to Amsuvarman's sister and therefore attributed the coins to his reign. Later re-examination demonstrated that the inscription actually refers to the goddess represented on the coin itself. On that basis, leading numismatists identified the Mananka series with Manadeva I, the same Licchavi ruler commemorated in the famous Changunarayan inscription. The coins therefore provide independent archaeological confirmation for placing Manadeva among the earliest great monarchs of the Licchavi dynasty rather than in the later 7th century. Establishing the reign of Amsuvarman around AD 600, or perhaps slightly earlier, as suggested by one of his inscriptions, has important consequences for reconstructing the earlier Licchavi chronology. If this dating is accepted, the so-called Kirata revival must have taken place roughly a century and a half before his rise. That calculation places the final years of Vasantadeva in the early decades of the 6th century and moves the accession of Manadeva I back to approximately AD 460. This earlier chronology also agrees well with the artistic character of the coinage issued during his reign, whose style closely resembles contemporary Gupta prototypes. For this reason, Manadeva of the famous Changunarayan inscription cannot reasonably belong to the 7th century, as some earlier scholars proposed. Instead, he must be recognized as the first historically secure ruler bearing that name. The Manadeva mentioned in the Sumati Tantra belongs to a different generation altogether and probably occupied the throne only briefly during a period when powerful Gupta feudatories exercised considerable influence over Nepalese affairs. Distinguishing between these two rulers resolves one of the most persistent chronological problems in the early history of Nepal. This reconstruction also demonstrates that the continuity of the Licchavi dynasty remained remarkably strong. Even during periods of political crisis, the royal succession appears to have been interrupted for no more than 1 or 2 generations. Foreign domination and tribal incursions certainly weakened the kingdom, yet they never entirely extinguished Licchavi authority. Whenever rival groups gained control over portions of the country, members of the dynasty seem to have continued ruling elsewhere, preserving an unbroken royal tradition. In contrast, the excessively long genealogies presented by the medieval chronicles now appear largely legendary rather than historical. These conclusions naturally lead to another major question: the era employed in the earliest inscriptions. If Manadeva truly belonged to the Gupta age, the chronological system used in his inscriptions must begin sometime around the middle or latter part of the 1st century AD. Earlier attempts to identify the beginning of this era with AD 110, as proposed by Sylvain Lévy, brought the chronology much closer to reality than several competing theories, yet even this date appears somewhat too late when examined alongside newly available evidence. Additional evidence comes from the inscriptions of Sivadeva I and Dhruvadeva. When these documents are compared with the earlier records, they indicate that the starting point of the first inscriptional era must precede AD 110 by several decades. Later discoveries also undermine the traditional assumption that the second series of inscriptions began around AD 595. Instead, the evidence points toward an epoch closer to AD 570, requiring historians to move the beginning of the earlier era correspondingly farther back into the 1st century. The medieval chronicles further complicated the problem through repeated errors in their genealogies. Names were transferred from one dynasty to another. Rulers who governed simultaneously were arranged as if they had reigned consecutively, and carefully established chronological relationships were disrupted. Vasuddeva and his immediate successors require substantial rearrangement, while Udayadeva should properly follow Amsuvarman instead of preceding him as the chronicles suggest. Several rulers, including Vasantadeva, appear twice under different circumstances, whereas the positions of Gunakamadeva, Sivadeva, Narendradeva, and other kings require systematic correction before the royal succession becomes historically coherent. One of the most important conclusions emerging from this reconstruction concerns the identity of Manadeva II. The Manadeva mentioned in the Sumati Tantra belongs not to the earliest Licchavi generation, but to the later sequence immediately preceding Sivadeva I. Once this distinction is recognized, many of the apparent contradictions between the inscriptions and the chronicles disappear, allowing the royal genealogy to be reconstructed with much greater confidence. The debate over the chronological era itself centered largely upon the work of Sylvain Lévy. He argued that the earliest inscriptions employed a Licchavi era beginning in AD 110, calculating this date by working backward from astronomical information preserved in the Changunarayan inscription. Yet Lévy himself acknowledged that his reconstruction failed to satisfy all of the astronomical evidence contained within the inscriptions. Even while defending his theory, he admitted that important discrepancies remained unresolved. Lévy based much of his argument upon the famous Changunarayan inscription of Manadeva. This record is dated to Samvat 386 and specifies the month of Jyeshtha, the bright fortnight, the first lunar day, the asterism Rohini, and the auspicious moment known as Abhijit. Earlier, scholars had attempted to identify this date by comparing it with several different chronological eras. Bhagwanlal Indraji considered both the Shaka and Vikrama systems before preferring the latter because it produced a more plausible average length for the intervening reigns. Later, J.F. Fleet reassigned the inscription to the Gupta era, calculating the date as AD 705 to 706 and asking the astronomer Shankar Balakrishna Dikshit to verify the astronomical details. Dikshit concluded that the lunar phases and constellations agreed closely with Fleet's proposed date, providing one of the principal arguments in favor of the Gupta-era interpretation. The astronomical calculations surrounding the early Nepalese inscriptions have long attracted scholarly attention, yet they have never produced a universally accepted chronology. As one historian observed, the apparent scientific precision of astronomical arguments often proves deceptive. The positions of the moon, lunar mansions, and ritual time divisions recur frequently enough that they rarely identify a single unique date. Even when numerous astronomical details are recorded together, they may correspond to several different years, making them far less decisive than they first appear. This criticism was directed particularly at the chronology proposed by J.F. Fleet. His calculations successfully explained the astronomical details of the Changunarayan inscription, yet they conflicted with another inscription recording an intercalary month of Ashada. Under Fleet's system, the year in question should not have contained such an intercalation at all. The contradiction suggested that, however elegant the astronomical solution appeared, it could not accommodate all of the available inscriptional evidence simultaneously. Sylvain Lévy attempted to resolve this difficulty by analyzing another inscription from Kisipidi, whose reference to an intercalary month offered an important chronological clue. Because intercalary months followed predictable astronomical rules, they could potentially identify the correct historical year more accurately than ordinary lunar dates. Lévy carefully examined the Nepalese system of calendar calculation and concluded that it followed the average rather than the apparent motion of the sun and moon, a distinction essential for determining the proper sequence of leap months. Working from this evidence, Lévy compared the possible years in which an intercalary Ashada occurred. Of the several candidates available, only one fitted reasonably well with the reign of Sivadeva and the lifetime of Amsuvarman. This calculation led him once again to place the beginning of the Licchavi era in AD 110. Although he admitted that the origin of this era remained uncertain, he suggested that it might either have been brought from the Licchavis' original homeland in northern India or have commemorated some earlier political event connected with the expulsion of the Kiratas. Even so, Lévy presented his conclusion cautiously rather than dogmatically. He regarded it as only one possible solution among several, arguing that astronomical evidence should never be treated as the decisive foundation of historical chronology. Too many assumptions underlie such calculations, and slight differences in interpretation can produce entirely different results. Rather than relying upon astronomy alone, the chronology of early Nepal should be reconstructed through a broader combination of inscriptions, genealogies, and historical records. Following this principle, the genealogy preserved in the inscriptions provides a far firmer chronological framework. The inscription of Jayadeva II clearly demonstrates that the rulers commemorated in the earliest group of inscriptions preceded Narendra Deva by several generations. Since Chinese historical records securely place Narendra Deva in the middle of the 7th century, the earlier kings must necessarily belong to a considerably earlier age. The succession preserved in the inscriptions therefore begins with Vyasadeva, followed by Shankaradeva, Dharmadeva, Manadeva, Mahideva, and finally Vasantadeva. Once this sequence is accepted, Manadeva's famous inscription dated Samvat 386 can no longer belong to the 7th century. Even the most conservative calculation places him at least 3 or 4 generations before the reign of Narendra Deva, moving his lifetime back into the 5th century. Yet the available evidence suggests an even earlier chronological starting point. Newly examined inscriptions extend the first inscriptional series as far as Samvat 535, indicating that the chronological era itself must begin significantly earlier than many previous scholars had believed. The continuity of the first inscriptional series is particularly important. Documents issued under Ganadeva and Sivadeva continue the same numerical sequence without interruption, strongly implying that all these rulers employed a single chronological era. To suppose that different inscriptions within one continuous series suddenly adopted entirely separate eras would unnecessarily complicate the evidence and create new chronological difficulties where none are required. The simplest explanation is that the entire series belongs to one consistent dating system. A further problem concerned the inscriptions of Sivadeva I. Earlier scholarship had been confused because one important inscription was mistakenly read as containing the numeral 300 instead of 500. Later discoveries transformed the situation. Several additional inscriptions of Sivadeva, all preserving identical numerical symbols, demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that the correct reading was indeed 500. The repeated appearance of the same symbol in multiple inscriptions eliminated the possibility that the earlier reading had been correct. The historical position of Sivadeva provides another crucial chronological anchor. His inscriptions repeatedly mention Amsuvarman as his powerful feudatory, proving that both men lived during the same period. Since the lifetime of Amsuvarman can be dated with considerable confidence through the account of Xuanzang, the reign of Sivadeva must likewise belong to the closing years of the 6th century. At most, only a small margin of uncertainty remains regarding the precise overlap between their reigns. One inscription provides especially revealing evidence. A document dated Samvat 535 mentions the official Rajputra Vikramasena, whose name also appears in an inscription of Amsuvarman dated year 34. Because the same official occurs in both records, the two inscriptions almost certainly belong to the same general period. If Amsuvarman's year 34 corresponds to approximately AD 602 or 603, then Samvat 535 must likewise belong to that date, placing the beginning of the earlier inscriptional era around AD 68. This calculation revives the older hypothesis that the chronological system began sometime between AD 68 and AD 78. Under this interpretation, Sivadeva's reign naturally falls near the end of the 6th century, exactly where the Chinese sources require it. Any attempt to read the disputed inscription as containing the numeral 320 instead of 500 would shift Sivadeva's reign nearly 2 centuries earlier, making him impossible to reconcile with the securely dated career of Amsuvarman. Such a result would contradict not only the inscriptions themselves, but also every independent historical source relating to this period. Consequently, there is no convincing reason to assume that Sivadeva abandoned the chronological era used by his predecessors. The evidence overwhelmingly favors a single continuous dating system extending throughout the early Licchavi inscriptions. The debate over the chronology of Sivadeva I provides one of the strongest arguments against placing the beginning of the inscriptional era in AD 110. If Sivadeva's latest inscription is interpreted according to that system, his reign would extend to about AD 630 or even as late as AD 645. Such a conclusion immediately creates serious historical difficulties. Between the end of Sivadeva's reign and the restoration of full Licchavi authority, the inscriptions preserve the rule of several different political figures spanning nearly half a century. Since Chinese records indicate that Nepal had already restored the Licchavi dynasty by approximately AD 638, Sivadeva could not have continued ruling until the middle of the 7th century. His reign must therefore have ended considerably earlier, probably around AD 612 or 613. This calculation pushes the beginning of the inscriptional era back toward a date somewhere between AD 68 and AD 78, rather than AD 110. This conclusion naturally raises another possibility. Perhaps the inscriptions followed the Saka era of AD 78. The Saka calendar had already become widely used throughout both northern and southern India during the 3rd, 4th, and 5th centuries, while the Gupta era later existed alongside it. At first glance, therefore, identifying the Nepalese inscriptions with the Saka system appears entirely reasonable. Yet once again, the astronomical evidence creates difficulties. The intercalary months recorded in several inscriptions cannot easily be reconciled with the Saka calendar as traditionally understood. The criticism then shifts to the methods employed by earlier scholars. It is argued that previous chronological studies overlooked important principles preserved in Indian astronomical tradition, particularly the Bharadvaja system governing the insertion of intercalary months. According to this tradition, when the sun failed to enter a new zodiacal sign during certain parts of the year, an additional month of Ashada or Pausa was inserted according to carefully defined rules. Medieval authorities such as Narada, Bharadvaja, and later Jimutavahana all describe these principles in considerable detail. Unfortunately, even these alternative astronomical systems fail to resolve the chronological problem completely. Neither the Surya Siddhanta, the Arya Siddhanta, nor the Brahma Siddhanta consistently produces the required intercalary months for every inscription under discussion. Consequently, astronomy alone cannot provide a definitive answer regarding the epoch of the earliest Nepalese inscriptions. The problem ultimately exceeds the limits of historical interpretation and belongs more properly to specialists in ancient Indian astronomy. Until more conclusive evidence emerges, the safest provisional conclusion is to place the beginning of the era somewhere between AD 68 and AD 78. This uncertainty also casts doubt upon the existence of a distinct Licchavi era. Sylvain Lévy had popularized the idea that the Licchavis established their own chronological system, yet no independent evidence confirms that such an era ever existed. If the epoch falls near AD 78, it coincides so closely with the beginning of the Saka era that creating an entirely separate Licchavi calendar becomes difficult to justify. The simpler explanation is that the inscriptions employed the already established Shaka reckoning, although further investigation remains necessary to explain certain astronomical peculiarities preserved in the texts. Even if a specifically Licchavi era had existed, it would most likely have commemorated the conquest of the Kathmandu Valley and the defeat of the Kiratas, marking the establishment of Licchavi rule in Nepal. Yet the surviving historical evidence provides no convincing support for such a conclusion, nor does it justify calculating Manadeva's inscriptions according to a hypothetical Licchavi era beginning centuries before the Common Era. The available evidence instead favors a chronology tied more closely to the established historical eras of northern India. The discussion then turns away from chronology to one of the most important historical sources of the Licchavi age, the celebrated Changunarayan pillar inscription of King Manadeva. Like many royal inscriptions throughout South Asia, it opens with an elaborate invocation to Vishnu. The deity is praised as the eternal protector of the universe, whose divine power sustains the three worlds and whose glory is revered by the gods themselves. This sacred invocation establishes the religious framework within which the king's own achievements are presented. The inscription next introduces Manadeva's grandfather, King Vasudev. He is portrayed as an incomparable monarch whose greatness rested not only upon military power, but also upon integrity and moral discipline. His promises were faithfully fulfilled, his kingdom prospered under his rule, and he was surrounded by capable and well-behaved sons who reflected the virtues of their father. Through this description, the inscription presents the royal family as an ideal dynasty distinguished by both political authority and ethical excellence. Vasudeva's son, Shankaradeva, inherited a flourishing kingdom and continued the dynasty's reputation for military success and generosity. He is described as invincible in battle, sincere in character, liberal in spirit, and renowned for courage and prosperity. Under his leadership, the kingdom was governed through trusted officials who protected the land with strength and wisdom, ensuring both security and stability for the realm. The next ruler in the genealogy, Dharmadeva, is presented as the very embodiment of righteous kingship. Rather than merely obeying the law, he is portrayed as becoming the living expression of justice itself. Wisdom, moral conduct, and devotion to duty defined his reign, while his reputation enriched the tradition of ideal kings celebrated in earlier generations. According to the inscription, he was chosen by righteousness itself to inherit the throne and govern the kingdom with fairness and intelligence. Dharmadeva's queen, Rajavati, receives equally respectful treatment. Born into a noble family and blessed with wealth and virtue, she is compared to the goddess Lakshmi, the divine consort of Vishnu. When Dharmadeva died, however, her world collapsed. The inscription describes her overwhelming grief with remarkable emotional depth, portraying a queen whose devotion to her husband transcended ordinary human sorrow. From this royal couple was born Manadeva, whose birth is celebrated almost as a cosmic event. The inscription compares the young prince to the brilliant autumn moon, whose radiance refreshes the entire world. In him, the virtues accumulated through previous generations reach their fullest expression, preparing him to continue the greatness of the Licchavi dynasty. Despite her overwhelming sorrow, Rajavati ultimately fulfilled the sacred funeral rites for her husband with unwavering dedication. She distributed her wealth among the Brahmins to increase the spiritual merit of the deceased king and devoted herself entirely to religious observances. The inscription likens her fidelity to that of the legendary Arundhati, the ideal wife in Indian tradition. At the same time, it praises Manadeva as a ruler of extraordinary compassion, describing him as patient, humble, beloved by his subjects, generous toward guests, and a steadfast protector of the poor, the afflicted, and the orphaned. These qualities, rather than military conquest alone, are presented as the true foundation of ideal kingship in early Licchavi Nepal. The Changunarayan inscription continues by presenting Manadeva as the ideal warrior king. His physical appearance is described in almost divine terms. His broad shoulders, graceful bearing, radiant complexion, and lotus-like eyes symbolize not merely personal beauty, but the royal virtues expected of a righteous ruler. His mastery of both offensive and defensive weapons reveals courage and discipline, while the inscription compares him to the god of love incarnate, emphasizing the harmony between physical perfection and moral excellence. Having inherited the kingdom from his father, Manadeva declares that he will honor his father's memory not through mourning or ascetic withdrawal, but through military achievement. He announces his intention to lead an eastern campaign, promising to defeat rebellious rulers while allowing those who voluntarily acknowledge his supremacy to retain their thrones as loyal vassal kings. In doing so, he presents conquest not as an act of destruction, but as a means of restoring political order under his authority. Before departing, Manadeva reassures his grieving mother. He insists that the highest tribute he can offer to his deceased father is to fulfill the duties of a kshatriya. Penance and religious austerities, however noble, cannot replace the responsibility of defending and expanding the kingdom entrusted to him. Rajavati, recognizing both her son's determination and his obligation to the dynasty, finally gives him her blessing. The campaign unfolded exactly as the young king had promised. Marching first toward the east, Manadeva compelled the rebellious princes of that region to submit. Those who had resisted were forced to bow before him, surrendering their royal insignia and acknowledging his supremacy. Without pausing after these victories, he immediately turned his attention toward the western frontier, determined to extend his authority even farther. Before beginning the western expedition, Manadeva issued instructions to his maternal uncle, ordering him to cross the powerful Gandaki River with the advance forces while he himself followed with a larger army supported by horses and elephants. The description of the Gandaki emphasizes its dangerous whirlpools and swift currents, highlighting the logistical challenges faced by armies campaigning through the Himalayan region. The crossing itself became a symbolic demonstration of the king's determination to overcome both natural and political obstacles. The expedition ended in complete success. Manadeva captured the city of Mala and returned home victorious. Instead of celebrating solely through military display, he distributed immense wealth among the Brahmins as religious gifts. He also invited his mother to join him in making offerings, presenting the victory not simply as a personal triumph, but as an achievement dedicated to both his parents and the welfare of the kingdom. Taken together, these campaigns reveal the remarkable expansion of Licchavi power. Within only 3 generations, the dynasty had consolidated its authority throughout the Kathmandu Valley and much of the surrounding Himalayan region. Under Manadeva, this process accelerated as territories beyond the Gandaki River were brought under Nepalese control. The inscription portrays him not merely as a successful conqueror, but as the architect of a strong regional kingdom capable of projecting military power well beyond its traditional heartland. Some historians have attempted to identify the conquered city of Malapuri with the modern district of Gorakhpur. The geographical details contained in the inscription, however, make this identification doubtful. The turbulent character of the Gandaki River described in the text suggests a mountain river rather than the calmer waters flowing through the plains. Malapuri therefore more likely lay somewhere in the western Himalayan region, perhaps around modern Palpa, Puthan, or Dailek, where it may have served as a stronghold of the Mala people, themselves possibly connected with the Khasa tribes. The wider political significance of these victories has also attracted scholarly attention. It has been suggested that the Maukari rulers and the Lata Gupta king Jivitagupta I, both known to have campaigned in the Himalayan region during the early 6th century, may in fact have confronted the expanding kingdom established by Manadeva. If this interpretation is correct, the Licchavi kingdom had already become a major political power capable of influencing events far beyond the Kathmandu Valley, although its authority probably did not extend deep into the southern plains beyond the Terai. Queen Rajyavati emerges from these sources as one of the most influential women in early Nepalese history. Manadeva's devotion to his mother extended beyond the emotional scenes described in the Changunarayan inscription. He dedicated at least 2 temples containing images of Trivikrama Vishnu specifically to increase her religious merit. The inscriptions accompanying these monuments make it clear that the king regarded these foundations as acts of filial piety rather than merely royal patronage. His repeated dedication of victories and religious works to his mother suggests that Rajyavati exercised considerable influence over both his personal life and his reign. Manadeva's achievements were not limited to warfare. He also became one of the greatest builders and patrons of art in early Nepal. Numerous pillars, sculptures, and inscriptions commissioned during his reign survive as some of the earliest securely dated monuments in Nepalese history. These works provide historians with invaluable evidence for reconstructing the political, artistic, and religious development of the Licchavi kingdom. Under Manadeva, monumental inscriptions became a permanent feature of royal self-representation, celebrating victories while simultaneously preserving historical memory. Among these monuments, the Trivikrama Vishnu relief has generated considerable scholarly debate. One modern interpretation attempted to associate the image with the Kirata king Thunko and even linked it to Ashoka's pillar at Lumbini, arguing that the sculpture symbolized Nepalese resistance to Mauryan expansion. According to this theory, the dwarf incarnation of Vishnu represented the Kiratas, while accompanying imagery alluded to the destruction of Ashoka's pillar. He argues that the entire hypothesis rests upon unsupported speculation rather than historical evidence. Classical Indian literature consistently identifies Vamana simply as the dwarf incarnation of Vishnu and never associates him with the Kiratas as a distinct ethnic group. Likewise, there is no reliable evidence that the Kirata king Thunko was even a contemporary of Ashoka, much less that he destroyed the pillar at Lumbini. Such claims rely entirely upon imaginative reconstruction rather than inscriptional proof. Instead, the Trivikrama relief should be understood within the broader tradition of Indian religious art. Similar depictions appear elsewhere across the subcontinent, including scenes where horses accompany the Trivikrama narrative as part of the iconography associated with the Ashvamedha sacrifice. The Nepalese relief therefore represents nothing uniquely local or political. It depicts the familiar story of Vishnu's 5th incarnation, commissioned by Manadeva as an act of devotion dedicated to his mother, whom the inscription explicitly compares with the goddess Lakshmi. The temple itself was intended to honor Rajyavati's memory and virtues, rather than commemorate any supposed victory of the Kiratas over Ashoka. By the closing years of his reign, Manadeva had assumed the full royal title of Maharaja, demonstrating the complete consolidation of his authority. Combined with his numerous dated inscriptions, monumental pillars, temples, and artistic commissions, this elevated title reflects his exceptional place in Nepalese history. His reputation rested not upon mythical associations with earlier Kirata rulers, but upon his own accomplishments as a conqueror, builder, patron of religion, and founder of the political greatness of the Licchavi dynasty. The claim that Manadeva's inscriptions introduced a unique system of recording dates is not supported by the broader evidence of ancient Indian epigraphy. Long before the Licchavis, inscriptions issued by rulers such as Rudradaman, the Indo-Greeks, the Indo-Scythians, the Indo-Parthians, the Kushans, and later the Guptas regularly recorded not only the year, but also the month, fortnight, and exact lunar day. Although a few early inscriptions employed Greek or Macedonian month names, the overwhelming majority followed the same Indian calendrical practice seen in Nepal. Manadeva's inscriptions therefore continued an established tradition rather than introducing an entirely new chronological system. The same conclusion applies to their language and script. Both the orthography and linguistic forms found in the inscriptions of Manadeva and his successors closely resemble those of the Gupta period across northern India. Rather than representing an isolated Nepalese development, they form part of the wider cultural and administrative tradition that characterized the Gupta age. With the chronological questions largely resolved, beginning from an inscriptional era whose epoch lies somewhere between AD 68 and AD 78, Manadeva's first dated inscription falls between AD 454 and 464. By assigning an average reign of approximately 25 years to each predecessor, the genealogy can be reconstructed with reasonable consistency. According to this model, Vyasadeva, Shankaradeva, Dharmadeva, Manadeva, Mahideva, Vasantadeva, Ramadeva, Ganadeva, and Sivadeva form a continuous line of rulers extending from the late 4th century to the closing decades of the 6th century, while Udayadeva appears later as crown prince before the restored Licchavi monarchy of the 7th century. Within this reconstruction, the Manadeva mentioned in the Sumati Tantra finds a natural place between Ganadeva and Sivadeva I, rather than being identified with the famous Manadeva of the Changunarayan inscription. This distinction preserves the consistency of both the inscriptional and literary traditions while avoiding unnecessary chronological contradictions. The succession that emerges from this revised chronology differs noticeably from the genealogies preserved in the inscriptions alone. Several rulers known from independent inscriptions do not appear in the principal genealogical records, while Mahideva is included despite the absence of inscriptions issued in his own name. His reign seems to have lasted only a short time, perhaps no more than a year, suggesting that he ruled during a period of severe political instability. The rapid appearance of powerful Gupta officials immediately afterward hints that Mahideva may have been overthrown through their intervention. Evidence for the growing authority of the Gupta aristocracy appears in the inscriptions of Jisnugupta. There, Mahideva, Manadeva, Ganadeva, and even the Gupta noble Bhumagupta are commemorated together with equal honor. By placing his own grandfather alongside the Licchavi kings, Jisnugupta sought to portray the Gupta family as political equals of the ruling dynasty. During nearly half a century, influential Gupta personalities such as Ravi Gupta, Kramalila, and Bhumagupta exercised enormous authority within the Nepalese court, often overshadowing the monarch himself. The gradual rise of Gupta influence can be traced through the changing titles of royal officials. During the early reign of Vasantadeva, Gupta ministers appear merely as court functionaries. Soon afterward, however, Ravigupta is described as Sarvadandanayaka and Mahapratihara, titles suggesting the combined powers of commander-in-chief and chief minister. Another prominent noble, Kramalila, is even accorded the royal title of Maharaja, indicating that he possessed authority approaching that of the king himself. These developments suggest the emergence of a government in which powerful ministers increasingly dominated royal authority from behind the throne. As time passed, the balance shifted still further in favor of the Gupta ministers. Their inscriptions adopted increasingly elaborate honorific titles, while the kings themselves retained relatively modest designations. The contrast is striking. Whereas rulers such as Vasantadeva are praised in restrained terms, leading Gupta nobles receive grandiose descriptions emphasizing their divine favor, generosity, military power, and political authority. The changing language of the inscriptions reflects the gradual transformation of Nepalese government into one where the monarch remained on the throne while effective power accumulated in the hands of dominant aristocratic families. Following Ganadeva, the inscriptional record falls silent for roughly 2 decades. This absence does not necessarily indicate the establishment of a new dynasty. Instead, it may reflect a period of internal political conflict for which few inscriptions survive. When the records resume, Sivadeva I appears under the title Licchavi Kulaketu, the banner of the Licchavi family, issuing numerous decrees. Every one of these documents, however, prominently mentions the powerful Mahasamanta Amsuvarman, whose role becomes impossible to ignore. Although Sivadeva retained the formal dignity of kingship, his inscriptions devote far greater praise to Amsuvarman than to the sovereign himself. Sivadeva describes himself with only a handful of conventional royal epithets, while Amsuvarman receives lavish titles emphasizing his unmatched virtues, military glory, leadership among the feudatories, and supremacy over rival chiefs. In one inscription, he is even styled Maharajadiraja, a title traditionally reserved for emperors. Such language strongly suggests that, from the very beginning of Sivadeva's reign, real political authority rested with Amsuvarman, while the king served largely as the ceremonial head of state. The traditional Nepalese chronicles place the Gowala or Ahir dynasty at the very beginning of the country's history. However, that this arrangement is chronologically impossible, since the Guptas did not emerge as a major political force until the 4th century AD. Rulers bearing Gupta affiliations cannot reasonably be placed before the arrival of the Licchavis. Instead, the Gupta Ahir figures belong to the period following the reign of Manadeva, when the Manjushri Mulakalpa describes Nepal as passing through an era of political disorder dominated by influential Gupta nobles. Although some historians dismiss the Ahir dynasty as nothing more than a later invention, the available evidence points in another direction. References in the Manjushri Mulakalpa, together with several Nepalese inscriptions, confirm the presence of Gupta nobles in the Kathmandu Valley. What remains uncertain is whether these men ever occupied the throne themselves. Their political influence is undeniable, but their formal status as kings is far less certain. The relationship between these Nepalese Guptas and the imperial Gupta dynasty of northern India has also attracted considerable attention. Following the arguments of K.P. Jayaswal, they probably represented a collateral branch of the imperial Guptas. The Nepalese chronicles strengthen this interpretation by identifying them as Ahirs, a designation that also appears in connection with the imperial Guptas in Indian historical traditions. Additional confirmation comes from an inscription in which the mother of Palmagupta explicitly describes herself as an Ahiri. Palmagupta himself later appears in the inscriptions of Ganadeva as Commander-in-Chief and Grand Chamberlain, leaving little doubt about the Ahir identity of this influential Gupta family. Numismatic evidence further supports this connection. The coinage issued by the Nepalese Guptas closely resembles that of their Indian counterparts, particularly through the prominent use of the Garuda emblem, one of the defining symbols of the imperial Gupta dynasty. Such similarities strongly suggest a shared political and cultural heritage rather than a merely coincidental resemblance. While J.F. Fleet dated the first appearance of this dynasty to approximately AD 407 or 408 by calculating from the Gupta era, places their rise somewhat later, in the middle decades of the 5th century. According to this reconstruction, Gupta nobles first emerge as prominent state officials during the reign of Vasantadeva and continue to dominate court politics throughout the next 3 generations of Licchavi rulers. Among these figures, Palmagupta occupies a particularly important place, identifies him with Bhugupta mentioned in the Manjushri Mulakalpa. In the inscriptions, he normally appears under the name Palmagupta, although his grandson Jisnugupta refers to him simply as Bhumi. He seems to have lived shortly before the rise of Amsuvarman, and according to later traditions, his descendants represented the final generation of the Ahir Gupta line. The chronicles even identify Matatirtha, northwest of Kathmandu, as the capital from which these Gupta nobles exercised their authority. The chronicles preserve a succession of leading Gupta personalities, beginning with Paramagupta, followed by Hasagupta, Manigupta, Vishnugupta, and finally Yaksagupta, who has also been identified with Jayagupta II. Paramagupta is equated with Parakrama of the Manjushri Mulakalpa and may also be identical with the powerful minister Kramalila. Later members of the family appear to have ruled or exercised influence in different regions, while repeated conflicts with the Licchavis gradually reduced their power. According to this reconstruction, the dynasty experienced a brief revival under Yaksagupta before finally disappearing from the political stage. Some historians have proposed that another branch of this Gupta family established itself in the Terai. Coins discovered in Champaran bearing the name Jayagupta II, together with a clay seal recovered at Nalanda, suggest the existence of such a branch. Although the evidence is insufficient to establish a direct connection with Jisnugupta, it remains possible that this collateral line survived in the plains until it was eventually replaced by another ruling family headed by Varasimha. These regional rulers may have continued as local feudatories until the complete consolidation of Amsuvarman's authority. Whether or not the Guptas formally occupied the throne considers them the true holders of political power for nearly 75 years. During the reigns of Vasantadeva, Ramadeva, and Ganadeva, leading Gupta nobles occupied essentially the same position later held by Amsuvarman and Jisnugupta. If the latter are recognized as de facto rulers despite not initially wearing the crown, the same judgment should also apply to Ravigupta, Kramalila, and Paumagupta. In effect, the Guptas governed Nepal from behind the throne, while the Licchavi kings retained the outward symbols of sovereignty. The discussion then shifts from politics to religion. The earliest surviving inscriptions reveal a Nepal in which the worship of Vishnu and Shiva already occupied a dominant place. Manadeva opens his famous Changunarayan inscription with an invocation to Vishnu and later commissioned a temple dedicated to Vishnu in his Trivikrama form. His queens also participated actively in religious patronage, erecting temples for Shiva and images dedicated to various Hindu deities. Other nobles and merchants likewise sponsored shrines to Shiva, Vishnu, and Surya, while one Gupta princess built a temple for Shiva. The inscriptions consistently emphasize devotion to the two great Hindu traditions of Shaivism and Vaishnavism. These records challenge the long-standing belief that the Licchavis entered Nepal as patrons of Buddhism. Instead, every available inscription from the early Licchavi period identifies the ruling dynasty as devoted followers of Shiva and Vishnu. Not a single contemporary inscription associates Manadeva or his immediate predecessors with Buddhist belief. Even the monastery later known as Manadeva Vihara probably dates from a later period and may have been connected with another ruler of the same name rather than the famous conqueror commemorated at Changunarayan. This does not necessarily mean that Buddhism disappeared from Nepal. It may well have remained popular among ordinary people while leaving few surviving inscriptions. The available evidence simply does not permit historians to determine its precise position during the earliest centuries of Nepalese history. The first unmistakable inscriptional reference to Buddhism appears only during the reign of Amsuvarman. An inscription dated to his 32nd regnal year records donations to several monasteries, indicating that by the early 7th century, both the Mahayana and Hinayana traditions had acquired substantial followings within Nepal. The history of Buddhism in early Nepal remains surrounded by uncertainty. No contemporary source records exactly when the religion first entered the Kathmandu Valley. By the 7th century, however, the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang clearly observed that Buddhism was flourishing there, making his account the earliest reliable external testimony for its widespread practice. Nepalese inscriptions from roughly the same period also confirm the existence of Buddhist institutions, but they reveal little about the religion's earlier development. Later, literary traditions attempt to push the origins of Buddhism in Nepal much further back. The Mulasarvastivada Vinaya preserves a story in which Ananda, one of the Buddha's closest disciples, visited the valley during the Buddha's own lifetime, implying that Buddhism reached Nepal almost immediately after its birth. Other traditions connect ancient stupas with the earlier Buddhas Kashyapa and Krakuchanda, while the 15th century Swayambhu Purana presents the primordial Buddha as manifesting in the valley long before the historical Buddha appeared. Although these narratives became influential in later religious literature, argues that they cannot be accepted as historical evidence without independent confirmation. The silence of the earliest inscriptions is therefore significant. Every available inscription from the early Licchavi period testifies to the strength of Brahmanical religion, particularly the worship of Shiva and Vishnu, yet none contains an explicit reference to Buddhism. This absence should not automatically be interpreted as proof that Buddhism was entirely absent from Nepal, but neither should later legends be used to fill the gap without supporting evidence. insists that conclusions about the religious history of early Nepal must rest upon contemporary sources rather than retrospective tradition. With this discussion complete, the narrative turns to one of the most decisive figures in Nepalese history, Amsuvarman. The centuries preceding his reign can only be reconstructed through fragmentary inscriptions, conflicting chronicles, and traditions of uncertain reliability. Amsuvarman's lifetime, by contrast, rests upon far firmer foundations. His reign can be synchronized with the observations of Xuanzang, as well as numerous local inscriptions, making his chronology the central fixed point around which much of early Nepalese history must be arranged. The inscriptions reveal Amsuvarman first as the powerful Mahasamanta, or High Feudatory, serving alongside King Sivadeva I. Only toward the end of his career did his official position change into one resembling full royal authority. Yet many earlier historians dated these inscriptions according to the Harsha era beginning in AD 606 to 607, a conclusion that profoundly altered the chronology of Amsuvarman's life. Argues that this interpretation rests upon weak assumptions and ignores important historical evidence. Several arguments had traditionally been advanced in support of the Harsha era. Scholars pointed to the Nepalese chronicles, which claim that Vikramaditya conquered Nepal shortly before Amsuvarman established the Thakuri dynasty, interpreting this story as an indirect reference to Harsha's conquest of the country. Other passages in the chronicles described a Vaisya Rajput lineage supposedly settled in Nepal by Harsha and connected Amsuvarman's title Panchalika with the Indian region of Panchala. Additional arguments relied upon Harsha's own Vaisya background. A passage in Bana's Harsha Charita interpreted as describing the conquest of Nepal, the assumption that Xuanzang's statement about Amsuvarman being deceased was based only on hearsay. Similarities in paleography, astronomical calculations involving intercalary months, and comparisons with the dating systems employed by later rulers such as Jayadeva II. Together, these points form the traditional case for identifying Amsuvarman's inscriptions with the Harsha era. Rejects each of these arguments in turn. First, there is no convincing evidence that either Vikramaditya or Harsha ever conquered Nepal. Harsha's documented campaigns did not extend beyond the region of modern Gorakhpur, and neither Harsha nor Amsuvarman refers to such a conquest in any contemporary inscription. Moreover, Harsha himself never adopted the title Vikramaditya, making the chronicle's identification historically implausible. The supposed settlement of Vaisya Rajputs in Nepal is likewise questioned. Argues that the references to Panchala and Prayaga in the chronicles do not refer to the famous Indian regions at all, but to local Nepalese places bearing the same names. Panchala is identified with present-day Panauti, while Prayaga refers to a sacred locality near Godavari, southeast of Kathmandu. Consequently, the title Panchalika should be understood either as describing the inhabitants of Panauti or as referring to a local administrative body rather than indicating an origin in northern India. Nor does the available evidence support the idea that Amsuvarman belonged to Harsha's own Vaisya clan. Although later chroniclers described him as a Rajput, neither his inscriptions nor any reliable contemporary source associates him with Harsha's family. Likewise, the disputed passage in the Harsha Charita is better interpreted according to its literal meaning rather than as an allusion to the conquest of Nepal. Other scholars have even suggested that it refers instead to regions far to the northwest, making its connection with Nepal highly doubtful. Perhaps the strongest argument concerns the testimony of Xuanzang himself. Earlier, scholars attempted to dismiss his statement that Amsuvarman belonged to the recent past by claiming that he never visited Nepal and relied entirely on second-hand information. Finds this position unconvincing. Xuanzang's own writings indicate that Nepal was not among the countries he omitted from his travels, and his reputation as an exceptionally careful observer gives little reason to distrust his account. Even if portions of his information came from local informants, there is no evidence that he confused the chronology of such an important ruler. Xuanzang's testimony is reinforced by the Chinese Tang Annals. By AD 645, These official records identify the ruler of Nepal as a king whose name differs entirely from that of Amsuvarman. If Amsuvarman had still been alive, as required by the harsher era chronology, the Chinese sources should have continued to mention him. Their silence instead confirms that another monarch had already succeeded him. For the same reason, attempts to identify Amsuvarman with Yasodharman of Malwa or to prolong his reign into the middle of the 7th century cannot be sustained. The combined evidence of Xuanzang, the Tang Chronicles, and the Nepalese inscriptions places Amsuvarman's career firmly in the years immediately preceding AD 637, rather than extending it to AD 645 or beyond. The traditional reliance on paleography as decisive chronological evidence is also questioned. The style of writing found in Nepalese inscriptions developed more conservatively than elsewhere in northern India, making direct comparisons unreliable. Even scholars who argued for close similarities with inscriptions of Yasodharman acknowledged that paleographic resemblance alone could not establish precise dates. In fact, the Nepalese inscription of Jisnugupta, discovered at Thangkot, provides stronger evidence than paleography itself, since it places his death before AD 639 and therefore supports an earlier chronology for the rulers associated with him. Astronomical calculations concerning the intercalary month of Pausa likewise require careful treatment. Earlier scholars relied upon the Brahma Siddhanta to identify the year corresponding to the Sundara inscription, but this method presents a serious chronological problem because the Brahma Siddhanta itself belongs to a period later than Amsuvarman. If the astronomical system had not yet come into use during his lifetime, its calculations cannot legitimately determine the dates of his inscriptions. Instead, the older Arya Siddhanta provides the more appropriate basis for interpretation. Under this system, the astronomical evidence no longer supports the chronology traditionally proposed by earlier historians. The discussion then turns to another influential theory advanced by Sylvain Lévy. Lévy proposed that the era used in Amsuvarman's inscriptions began in AD 595 and originated in Tibet. His argument rested upon two assumptions. First, that Tibet had conquered Nepal during Amsuvarman's lifetime, and second, that this conquest introduced a new Tibetan chronological era into Nepal. Subjects both claims to detailed criticism. According to Tibetan tradition, King Songtsen Gampo extended his authority over neighboring regions during the 7th century and received a Nepalese princess, Brikuti, in marriage. This alliance undoubtedly played a crucial role in transmitting Buddhism and Nepalese artistic traditions into Tibet. Nepalese monks, craftsmen, and religious teachers accompanied the princess, helping to shape the cultural and religious transformation of the Tibetan kingdom. These events are well attested in Tibetan historical tradition and remain among the most important episodes in the early relationship between the two Himalayan states. Yet cultural influence should not be confused with political conquest. Other contemporary sources tell a very different story from the Tibetan chronicles. Neither the Ladakh chronicles nor the official Tang histories describe Nepal as having been conquered by Tibet during Amsuvarman's reign. Xuanzang himself refers to Nepal as an independent kingdom, and the Tang records likewise state that before the reign of Narendra Deva, the kingdom acknowledged no foreign overlord. These sources collectively undermine the claim that Tibet exercised sovereignty over Nepal during this period. For this reason, Lévy's identification of the Nepalese king mentioned in Tibetan sources with Amsuvarman cannot be sustained. The name recorded in the Tibetan chronicles does not necessarily correspond to Amsuvarman at all, and could equally refer to other Nepalese rulers whose names share similar meanings. More importantly, argues that reliable Chinese and Ladakhi historical records deserve greater confidence than legendary Tibetan traditions. Since these independent sources consistently portray Nepal as politically independent, the hypothesis of Tibetan overlordship during Amsuvarman's reign should be abandoned. The proposed Tibetan era of AD 595 is rejected on similar grounds. Lévy's reconstruction depends upon a mistaken linguistic identification that falsely connected different chronological systems. Modern scholarship has shown that Tibet itself did not employ a continuous era beginning in AD 595. Instead, Tibetan chronology relied primarily upon cyclical dating for many centuries. Consequently, there is no historical basis for deriving Amsuvarman's inscriptions from a supposed Tibetan era, nor is there any evidence that Tibet introduced such a system into Nepal. Having rejected both the Harsha and Tibetan hypotheses, concludes that the era employed in Amsuvarman's inscriptions must have originated within Nepal itself. Given Amsuvarman's extraordinary political achievements, it is entirely plausible that he established a new chronological era to commemorate his own reign. Rather than deriving from foreign conquest or outside influence, the dating system should therefore be regarded as an expression of Nepal's own political independence during one of the most remarkable reigns in its early history. The remaining question concerns the exact year in which this era began. Earlier calculations connected the Sundara inscription with AD 629 because of its intercalary month, but the discovery of additional inscriptions has significantly altered the chronological picture. When Levi formulated his theory, the latest known inscription before Narendra Deva belonged to Samvat 49. Since then, however, the Sonagothi stone inscription of Visnugupta, dated Samvat 65, has been discovered. This document demonstrates that the Gupta regime survived considerably longer than previously believed and therefore forces historians to reconsider the entire chronology. Another inscription of Narendra Deva, dated Samvat 69, provides a crucial chronological anchor. The Tang Annals report that the Chinese envoy Li Yi-piao visited Nepal while Narendra Deva was already ruling. Since the envoy's mission took place around AD 643, Narendra Deva's inscription must precede that date. Therefore places Samvat 69 approximately in AD 637 or 638, allowing a few years for Narendra Deva to consolidate his restored authority after regaining the throne. This calculation naturally shifts the beginning of Amsuvarman's era back to around AD 570. Astronomical evidence concerning the intercalary month of Pausa strengthens this revised chronology. Although several possible years contain such an intercalation under different astronomical systems, only AD 602 to 603 fits all the available historical evidence. If Samvat 34 corresponds to AD 602 to 603, Visnugupta's first dated inscription falls around AD 635 or 636, while Narendra Deva's restoration naturally follows around AD 638. This sequence also explains why Xuanzang's account mentions Narendra Deva but makes no reference to Jisnugupta. Had Jisnugupta still been alive, Xuanzang's informants would almost certainly have included such a powerful political figure in their description of Nepal. His omission therefore suggests that Jisnugupta had already died before Xuanzang gathered his information. After examining the available evidence, concludes that the beginning of Amsuvarman's era cannot reasonably be placed earlier than AD 568. If the epoch were pushed further back, the chronology of Amsuvarman's own career would become incompatible with the testimony of Xuanzang, while the reign of Narendra Deva would also be displaced beyond the limits established by the Tang historical records. For these reasons, AD 568 appears to represent the earliest practical date for the establishment of the era, although emphasizes that this conclusion remains provisional and may require revision if additional inscriptions are discovered. Until more decisive evidence emerges, the epoch should be regarded as falling somewhere between AD 568 and AD 578. The purpose behind the creation of this era also deserves consideration. Some historians argued that it commemorated Amsuvarman's appointment as Mahasamanta, or High Feudatory, rejects this interpretation. The long absence of inscriptions from the supposed beginning of his career makes such an explanation improbable, and it would be difficult to imagine a ruler choosing to commemorate the relatively modest office of feudatory rather than the period of his greatest authority. A more convincing possibility is that the era began with Amsuvarman's birth, although this suggestion likewise remains speculative. The traditional chronologies that credit him with a reign of 42 or 43 years cannot be accepted uncritically, particularly because both the Manjushri Mulakalpa and several Nepalese chronicles describe the valley as still being under Gupta domination before his rise to power. His emergence therefore appears to have coincided with the restoration of Licchavi authority rather than with the period of Gupta supremacy. The surviving inscriptions of Amsuvarman provide the principal documentary foundation for reconstructing his reign. The earliest among them is the Harigaon Grant, discovered a short distance northeast of Kathmandu. Written in Sanskrit prose and engraved upon a stone slab, it opens with the formula Svasti Kailasakuta Bhavanat, indicating that the royal seat had shifted from Managriha to Kailasakuta. Amsuvarman still bears the title of Mahasamanta while presenting himself as a devoted servant of Pashupati and as a ruler concerned with the welfare of his subjects. The inscription records numerous grants made to temples, religious institutions, military officials, and palace personnel, revealing both the administrative complexity of the state and the close relationship between government and religion. It is dated Samvat 30, corresponding approximately to AD 598 to 608 under the proposed chronology. A second inscription from Harigaon, dated Samvat 32, takes the form of an official order addressed to the inhabitants of the village. They are instructed to provide specified donations for a variety of religious establishments. Particularly striking is the broad range of beneficiaries. Shaiva temples dedicated to Pashupati, Ramesvara, Manesvara, Dharmanesvara, Parvatesvara, and Kailasesvara receive support alongside Vaishnava shrines such as Dolasikarana Sayana and Buddhanilakantha. Buddhist monasteries, including Gum Vihara, Manavihara, Ravi Vihara, Karjurika Vihara, Madhyama Vihara, and Samanya Vihara, also receive financial assistance. The inscription therefore demonstrates that by Amsuvarman's reign, the state actively patronized several religious traditions simultaneously. At the same time, the absence of later Tantric Mahayana and Vajrayana deities suggests that these forms of Buddhism had not yet become prominent in Nepal. The document also records the existence of organized administrative committees responsible for managing these institutions. Another important record is the Sangha inscription of Samvat 34. Rather than celebrating military victories, it concerns taxation and local administration. The document grants certain fiscal concessions to village authorities in return for their contribution of oil to the government. It also identifies Rajaputra Vikramasena as the Dutaka, or Royal Commissioner, illustrating the continuing importance of provincial administration and delegated authority within Amsuvarman's government. A related inscription from Bungamati issues instructions for the protection of animals and fish, reflecting official concern with economic regulation and the management of natural resources. The Pasupati inscription marks a significant stage in Amsuvarman's political career. Here, he abandons the title Mahasamanta, retaining only the honorific Shri, a change interpreted as signaling his assumption of the position of regent or head of state. The inscription records grants made by members of his own family, including his sister and nephew, to Shaiva temples. It is dated Samvat 39 and also refers to Prince Udayadeva, whose precise dynastic affiliation remains debated among historians. The appearance of these family members demonstrates that Amsuvarman's authority had become firmly established within both the political and religious life of the kingdom. The narrative then introduces Xuanzang's famous description of Nepal, one of the most valuable contemporary accounts of the kingdom during the 7th century. He describes Nepal as a mountainous land rich in grain, fruit, flowers, copper, yaks, and exotic birds. Copper coins served as the principal medium of exchange, while the climate was cold and the terrain rugged. Xuanzang characterizes the inhabitants as highly skilled artisans despite judging them somewhat harshly in matters of social behavior and appearance. Most importantly, he reports that both Brahmanical and Buddhist communities flourished side by side. Approximately 2,000 monks belonging to both the Mahayana and Hinayana traditions lived in numerous monasteries, while the ruling king belonged to the Kshatriya caste and the Licchavi dynasty. Xuanzang also praises Amsuvarman as a recently deceased ruler, distinguished by wisdom, learning, and authorship of a treatise on grammar, emphasizing that his reputation had spread far beyond Nepal itself. Xuanzang's testimony naturally raises the question of when Amsuvarman actually died. Since the Chinese pilgrim refers to him in the past tense while describing the reigning monarch as a Licchavi king, Amsuvarman must already have passed away before Xuanzang gathered his information. The precise year remains uncertain, but the evidence suggests that Dhruvadeva, following Sivadeva, had already succeeded to the throne by this time. Later inscriptions of Jisnugupta likewise refer to Amsuvarman as a ruler of the past, supporting the conclusion that his death occurred before the restoration of Narendra Deva, which cannot be placed later than AD 642 according to the Tang Chronicles. Some historians, particularly K.P. Jayaswal, attempted to place Amsuvarman's death in AD 639 by combining several groups of inscriptions with different chronological systems, finds this reconstruction unsatisfactory. It would require Amsuvarman to be treated simultaneously as supreme ruler in his own inscriptions and merely as high feudatory in the inscriptions of Sivadeva issued during the same year. Such a contradiction is difficult to reconcile with the evidence of Amsuvarman's coinage and the changing titles employed in his own documents, which indicate that he had already abandoned the designation of Mahasamanta by Samvat 39. There is no convincing evidence that Nepal was politically divided between rival governments during this period, making such an interpretation highly improbable. The Thangkot inscription, often cited in discussions of Amsuvarman's chronology, is itself too uncertain to serve as a secure chronological anchor. Its date remains disputed, with different scholars reading the inscription as representing years ranging from 40 to 44. Moreover, the text records that the grant originated from Sri Amsuvarman, a wording that leaves open the possibility that the grant merely commemorated him after his death, rather than proving that he was still alive when the inscription was issued. Until both the reading of the date and the interpretation of the text are settled beyond doubt, argues that this inscription should not be used in determining the chronology of Amsuvarman's reign. The discussion then turns to the origin of the Thakuris. In later Nepalese usage, the title Thakuri came to designate Kshatriya families traditionally believed to have migrated from the Rajput regions of northern India, distinguishing them from the Khasa Kshatriyas of the Himalayan hills. The related title Thakur, widely used in Rajasthan and also among certain Brahman communities in Bihar and Bengal, points to a common linguistic and cultural origin. The Nepalese chronicles employ the term in precisely this sense when describing Amsuvarman's ancestry, implying that his family had immigrated from the plains into Nepal. While no inscription confirms this tradition, notes that many ruling dynasties of early Nepal likewise claimed foreign origins, making such a possibility plausible even if it cannot be demonstrated conclusively. The precise lineage of Amsuvarman nevertheless remains uncertain. Brahmanical chronicles describe him as a Vaisya Rajput and have therefore been interpreted as connecting him with the dynasty of Harshavardhana. Yet the absence of the characteristic family designation Vardhana in his own name argues against such an identification. Others have suggested that he belonged to the Maukhari family because the rise of his ancestors in Nepal broadly coincided with the emergence of the Maukharis in northern India. However, regards both hypotheses as speculative and unsupported by direct inscriptional evidence. The evolution of Amsuvarman's political status can be followed through his inscriptions. Initially, he appears as Mahasamanta, the high feudatory serving under the Licchavi monarch. Over time, the language employed to describe him becomes increasingly respectful, and some historians have interpreted this as evidence that he ruled western Nepal independently or even exercised authority equal to that of the king. Comparable titles are indeed known elsewhere in India, where powerful feudatories occasionally stood on nearly equal footing with their sovereigns. Warns that such comparisons may be misleading, since similar honorifics were often borne by officials whose actual constitutional position varied considerably. The inscriptions themselves indicate that Sivadeva I continued to be recognized as the legitimate Maharaja of Nepal, even while Amsuvarman accumulated extraordinary influence. In inscriptions dated as late as Samvat 520, Sivadeva respectfully addresses Amsuvarman as Mahasamanta, a title that still acknowledges the formal supremacy of the Licchavi king. Although Amsuvarman gradually ceased to mention the reigning monarch in documents issued under his own authority, and had begun using the honorific Shri by Samvat 30, these developments alone do not demonstrate complete independence. Much of his authority suggests stemmed from Sivadeva's own ascetic temperament and lack of interest in active government, allowing his powerful minister to dominate the administration without openly overthrowing the dynasty. The disappearance of the title Mahasamanta after Samvat 39 has often been interpreted as the moment when Amsuvarman became king. Considers another explanation more convincing. Rather than assuming full royal dignity, Amsuvarman may have become the effective head of state while deliberately avoiding the conventional royal title Pataraka Maharaja. His position resembled that of a regent, or perhaps even the head of a republican state, whose executive authority was absolute despite the continued existence of the Licchavi monarchy. He exercised unrestricted control over government, issued commands to subordinate feudatories, and even addressed future rulers directly in his official decrees, powers normally associated with kingship even if he refrained from explicitly claiming the royal title. The coinage issued during his administration adds another dimension to this debate. Some of Amsuvarman's coins bear only the title Shri, while others include the more exalted designation Maharajadiraja. At first sight, this appears to support the view that he eventually became king. Urges caution, however, because similar honorifics also appear on the coinage of regents in Nepal. The use of Maharajadiraja therefore need not imply formal accession to the throne. Instead, later references describing him by this title may simply represent posthumous courtesy or an acknowledgement of the extraordinary authority he exercised during his lifetime. In this interpretation, Amsuvarman remained constitutionally distinct from the Licchavi monarch even while wielding powers comparable to those of a sovereign. A subtle but revealing feature of Amsuvarman's inscriptions further supports this conclusion. Nepalese kings traditionally instructed their successors to preserve their decrees as acts issued by previous rulers. Amsuvarman consistently avoids this conventional royal formula. Instead, he frames his orders in terms of obedience to respected teachers and the authority of religious duty. Even when employing language that resembles the traditional royal formula, he carefully modifies it to emphasize moral and religious obligation rather than dynastic sovereignty. Such wording suggests that he consciously distinguished his own position from that of hereditary kings. Although he governed with virtually unlimited executive authority, he appears to have accepted a constitutional role different from that of the monarch seated upon the Licchavi throne. Xuanzang's assessment of Amsuvarman stands out because of the Chinese pilgrim's reputation for careful and restrained judgment. He was not inclined to praise rulers without good reason, yet he describes Amsuvarman as a man distinguished by exceptional military ability, intellectual achievement, and personal wisdom. Therefore regards Xuanzang's testimony as one of the strongest independent confirmations of Amsuvarman's extraordinary stature among the rulers of his age. Amsuvarman's military career appears to have begun with campaigns against rebellious feudatory chiefs in eastern and southern Nepal. Like the contemporary Indian system, Nepalese feudalism rested upon the authority of powerful samantas, regional governors who exercised military and administrative control over their own territories while theoretically acknowledging the king's supremacy. Whenever the central government weakened, these local rulers frequently attempted to assert complete independence. The earlier domination of the valley by the Ahir Guptas had developed in precisely this manner, and Amsuvarman himself first emerged within the same political environment before eventually transforming it through his own leadership. When Amsuvarman rose to prominence, Nepal faced one of the most difficult periods in its early history. King Sivadeva I lacked the qualities necessary to control the increasingly fragmented kingdom, while the Gupta regime still retained considerable influence. Independent principalities existed in both eastern and western Nepal, and the Manjushri Mulakalpa suggests that eastern Nepal remained under Mlecha rulers. The Terai, meanwhile, was controlled by a branch of the Gupta dynasty based at Simraungarh. Under these circumstances, the remaining territory loyal to the Licchavis seems to have been concentrated among the Thakuri lands, where Amsuvarman probably became the principal defender of the legitimate dynasty. The restoration of the Licchavis enjoyed broad popular support. Many people regarded the Gupta rulers as usurpers and continued to recognize the Licchavis as the lawful royal family of Nepal. Amsuvarman's military campaigns against the Guptas therefore represented more than a struggle for personal power. In this interpretation, they fulfilled a widespread desire to restore the traditional dynasty and reunify the kingdom under its legitimate rulers. Unfortunately, the surviving historical record preserves almost no detailed narrative of these campaigns. Neither Nepalese nor foreign sources describe the battles themselves, and Amsuvarman's inscriptions mention military victories only in broad and highly conventional language. Even so, the cumulative testimony of several inscriptions leaves little doubt that he achieved remarkable success in suppressing his enemies and consolidating his authority. One inscription of Sivadeva I records that Amsuvarman attained great glory through victories over hostile forces, although it does not identify those enemies by name. Another praises his overwhelming military strength and his ability to crush all opposition, while a third celebrates his courage in subduing his rivals. Together, these inscriptions suggest that the campaigns leading to the restoration of Licchavi authority were relatively swift and decisive. By the end of these conflicts, Amsuvarman had become not only the kingdom's dominant military commander, but also its most capable administrator. Significantly, he also became the first ruler in Nepalese history to issue coins bearing his own name, a powerful symbol of political authority. Although the inscriptions alone cannot conclusively prove the conquest of the Gupta Ahirs, they become far more persuasive when read alongside the Nepalese chronicles. While those chronicles often contain legendary or inaccurate material, they also preserve fragments of genuine historical memory. Their accounts of Amsuvarman's reputation and the decline of Gupta power correspond closely enough with the inscriptional evidence to suggest that they preserve at least the essential outline of actual events. The discussion then shifts to the geographical extent of Amsuvarman's kingdom. Some historians have minimized the size of early Nepal, arguing that it consisted only of the Kathmandu Valley and a few neighboring districts. Drawing upon genealogical traditions and later geographical works, he argues that Nepal generally extended between the Gandaki River in the west and the Dud Kosi in the east. Although the precise frontiers changed according to political circumstances, these rivers formed the kingdom's natural boundaries throughout much of its early history. According to this reconstruction, Amsuvarman significantly expanded the kingdom by incorporating large portions of the Terai after defeating the Gupta rulers. Nepal's frontier may even have extended into the region of modern Betia, bringing it close to the domains of Emperor Harsha. Maintaining such an extensive frontier against one of northern India's most powerful rulers demonstrates the remarkable strength of Amsuvarman's government. At the same time, the Chinese historical sources indicate that he successfully preserved Nepal's independence in the face of growing Tibetan power. Even if occasional conflicts with Tibet occurred, neither the Tang Annals nor Xuanzang provides any evidence that Nepal ever accepted Tibetan overlordship during his reign. Instead, Amsuvarman emerges as a ruler who defended his kingdom's sovereignty against both southern and northern pressures. Military success, however, formed only one aspect of Amsuvarman's legacy. He also acquired an outstanding reputation as a scholar and patron of learning. One inscription praises his mastery of many branches of knowledge, while Xuanzang records that he composed an important treatise on grammar or linguistic science. Although the work itself has not survived, its existence demonstrates that Amsuvarman's interests extended far beyond warfare and politics. His court became an important intellectual center that attracted distinguished scholars, among them the celebrated grammarian Chandravarman, whose reputation extended to the famous University of Nalanda. Together, they promoted a more refined and standardized form of Sanskrit, replacing the less polished language that had previously characterized official inscriptions in Nepal. During Amsuvarman's reign, the literary quality of inscriptional Sanskrit improved noticeably, reflecting both his personal scholarship and his active encouragement of intellectual life. Even while carrying the burdens of government, he never neglected literary pursuits. Although Amsuvarman was personally a devoted follower of Shaivism, his reign was distinguished by an unusual degree of religious tolerance. Far from favoring only his own faith, he extended generous patronage to every major religious community in the kingdom, including Buddhist monasteries. His inscriptions show that donations to Buddhist institutions were no less substantial than those made to Shaiva temples, reflecting a deliberate policy of distributing royal support according to the needs of each religious establishment rather than according to sectarian preference. The titles and symbols employed by Amsuvarman further illustrate this balanced approach. His frequent invocation of Lord Pashupati and the appearance of Nandi, Shiva's sacred bull, on several inscriptions clearly identify him as a Shaivite. Yet these expressions of personal devotion are never accompanied by hostility toward other traditions. On the contrary, one of his inscriptions prominently displays the Buddhist symbol of the Wheel of the Law flanked by two deer, an image associated with the Buddha's first sermon. This policy represented a dramatic departure from the preceding Gupta administration. The Gupta rulers are portrayed as rigid adherents of orthodox Shaivism who appear to have restricted the freedom enjoyed by other religious communities. Such sectarian favoritism allegedly generated resentment throughout the kingdom and contributed to the downfall of their regime. Amsuvarman responded by restoring the traditional Licchavi policy of religious coexistence. Although he remained personally devoted to Shiva, he consciously embraced Buddhist institutions as well, promoting harmony among the diverse religious communities of Nepal and ensuring that monasteries, temples, and sacred images received equal protection under the law. The consequences of this policy were profound. An atmosphere of trust gradually developed between followers of different religions, allowing Hindu and Buddhist communities to flourish side by side. Xuanzang himself remarked upon the remarkable sight of Hindu temples standing immediately beside Buddhist monasteries, a physical expression of the religious coexistence that had become characteristic of Nepalese society. This enduring tradition of tolerance owes much to Amsuvarman's statesmanship, placing him alongside Emperor Ashoka as one of South Asia's great advocates of religious harmony. Even where the state exercised authority over religious institutions, its role remained limited. Royal intervention generally extended only to ensuring that grants and endowments were properly administered according to law. The actual management of temples and monasteries rested with autonomous committees known as panchalikas, whose independence from routine governmental interference was guaranteed. Each religious community maintained its own administrative organization, while the Buddhist monasteries were coordinated by a powerful bhiksu sangha, capable at times of issuing regulations and directives to monasteries throughout the kingdom. This arrangement demonstrates that Amsuvarman's government encouraged organized religious life while respecting the internal autonomy of each community. The narrative then shifts to the careers of Jisnugupta and his successor Visnugupta. Later, Nepalese chronicles omit Jisnugupta almost entirely, although earlier traditions recorded by Kirkpatrick place the Gupta family immediately after the Licchavis. Building upon the inscriptional evidence discussed earlier, identifies the Kisnugupta mentioned in the chronicles with the historical Jisnugupta and argues that both he and Visnugupta belong to the Gupta family rather than to either the Licchavi or Thakuri dynasties. An inscription in which Jisnugupta identifies Paumagupta as his grandfather confirms the revival of Gupta political influence during the early 7th century. Unlike Amsuvarman, whose inscriptions emphasize devotion to Pashupati, Jisnugupta consistently dedicated his religious acts to Vishnu, revealing him to have been a committed Vaishnavite. A substantial body of inscriptional evidence survives from Jisnugupta's administration. The Thankot inscription, discovered west of Kathmandu, records the remission of certain public dues and traces the ruler's ancestry to Managupta Gomin. It also describes Jisnugupta as a member of the Lunar dynasty while preserving many of the honorific expressions previously employed by Amsuvarman. Most importantly, it explicitly acknowledges the authority of the Licchavi king Bhimarjuna Deva, who occupied the throne at Managriha. Earlier, scholars mistakenly read the king's name as Manadeva and misunderstood the inscription's date, but the corrected reading substantially alters the political interpretation of the period. Other inscriptions reinforce this constitutional arrangement. The Patan Charter records repairs to a conduit originally constructed by Amsuvarman while naming Druvadeva as the reigning Licchavi king. Visnugupta, then still a crown prince, appears as the royal commissioner. Likewise, the Minanarayan inscription refers to Druvadeva and describes Jisnugupta as acting for the benefit of both the king and the people while repairing another irrigation canal first established during Amsuvarman's administration. Although historians have debated whether these references merely express courtesy or acknowledge genuine overlordship. Additional inscriptions illuminate Jisnugupta's independent authority. A Pasupati record documents grants for the repair of the temple of Chandasvara during his victorious reign without mentioning any Licchavi ruler. Another inscription from Maligaon, dated Samvat 59, preserves evidence of his own administration at Kailasakuta. His coinage, distinguished by a winged bull and an ornate trident, also reflects continuity with earlier Nepalese numismatic traditions while displaying distinctive artistic features. Two inscriptions of his son Visnugupta, dated Samvat 64 and 65, continue the same administrative style and are especially noteworthy because they contain one of the earliest known uses of the word Nepala to designate the kingdom. Addresses the political crisis that followed Amsuvarman's death. Earlier interpretations of the Thangkot inscription suggested that Jisnugupta ruled under a king named Manadeva III. Because the reading of the inscription has now been corrected, this reconstruction is rejected. The ruler referred to is instead identified as Druvadeva, who is believed to have seized the throne during the turmoil that erupted around AD 617 or 618. Chinese sources report that Narendradeva's father was forced into exile in Tibet after losing the throne, and the inscriptional evidence appears to correspond closely with this account. Jisnugupta himself claims that his authority rested both upon popular support and the prestige of his distinguished ancestry, implying that succession during this turbulent period depended less upon hereditary right than upon political opportunity. While Udayadeva was attempting to secure support abroad, Jisnugupta was strengthening his authority within Nepal. Unlike Amsuvarman, who gradually accumulated power through recognized offices of state, Jisnugupta possessed no legitimate claim to the regency created by his predecessor. Instead, he exercised authority through a succession of Licchavi kings who remained on the throne only as nominal rulers, while real power rested entirely in his own hands. His inscriptions employ an increasingly royal style, emphasizing his noble lineage and distinguished service to the kingdom, while presenting his son Visnugupta as crown prince. These titles reveal an unmistakable ambition to portray himself as the kingdom's effective ruler, even though he continued to acknowledge the formal supremacy of the Licchavi monarch. Amsuvarman openly assumed the role of head of state toward the end of his career after rising through established offices, whereas Jisnugupta relied from the beginning upon puppet rulers whose authority existed largely in name. Even so, his political system proved remarkably stable. He governed Nepal for nearly 20 years, and after his death, his son inherited both his influence and his position without any noticeable reduction in power, demonstrating the extraordinary strength of the regime he had created. According to the Nepalese chronicles, Amsuvarman was succeeded by a ruler named Kirtivarman, inaugurating a new Thakuri dynasty. Rejects this tradition. No reliable inscription supports the existence of such a dynasty exercising sovereign authority during this period. Instead, the supposed Thakuri rulers appear either as insignificant feudatories or as later inventions introduced by chroniclers attempting to fill chronological gaps. The chronicles themselves frequently assign implausibly long reigns to little-known rulers, making their testimony on this point especially unreliable. Amsuvarman founded no lasting royal house. After his death, his descendants disappear entirely from the historical record, and none succeeded in establishing hereditary rule. The evidence supplied by inscriptions instead demonstrates that the Licchavi dynasty survived continuously throughout this period. Although powerful ministers such as Amsuvarman, Jisnugupta, and Visnugupta exercised effective control over government, they never permanently displaced the Licchavi royal line itself. The kings who occupied the throne may have possessed little real authority, but they nevertheless remained members of the legitimate dynasty. For this reason, use of the term restoration requires careful qualification. The restoration after AD 637 did not involve the return of the Licchavis to the throne, since they had technically remained there throughout the preceding decades. Rather, it marked the end of domination by powerful regents and dictators. From this point onward, Licchavi kings once again exercised direct authority instead of serving merely as ceremonial rulers controlled by ambitious ministers. Examines the circle of supporters who enabled Amsuvarman to achieve power. Although the inscriptions provide no detailed narrative of his political alliances, they preserve the names of numerous officials who witnessed royal grants. Figures such as Vrsavarma, Bhogavarma, Vipravarma Gomi, Gunachandra, Desavarma Gomi, and others probably belong to the network of influential feudatories, whose support proved essential in Amsuvarman's struggle against the Gupta rulers. Among them, Bhogavarma can be identified as Amsuvarman's nephew, while other prominent military and administrative officers remain difficult to identify with certainty. Special attention is given to Crown Prince Udayadeva. Earlier historians occasionally regarded him as Amsuvarman's son because he appears as a witness in several of Amsuvarman's inscriptions. Instead, he identifies Udayadeva as a son of King Sivadeva and therefore a genuine member of the Licchavi dynasty. His presence as a witness merely reflects his constitutional position during Amsuvarman's administration. After Amsuvarman's death, however, Udayadeva was apparently driven into exile while the throne passed to Dhruvadeva. Although Dhruvadeva formally occupied the throne, Jisnugupta exercised all effective authority. Every surviving charter of the period was issued in Jisnugupta's name from his headquarters at Kailasakuta, while the Licchavi monarch remained at Managriha as little more than a symbolic figure. Unlike Amsuvarman, whose earlier inscriptions still described him as Mahasamanta, Jisnugupta assumed supreme executive authority from the outset. Over time, his language became increasingly confident. In later documents, he even replaced the expression indicating that he acted under the king with wording placing himself alongside the sovereign, an unmistakable indication that he considered himself the ruler's equal in political authority. Yet even at the height of his power, one important distinction remained between Jisnugupta and Amsuvarman. Although he issued coins in his own name and ruled as the kingdom's undisputed master, he never adopted the title Maharaja Diraja that appears on some of Amsuvarman's coinage. Consequently, despite wielding complete executive power, Jisnugupta never claimed quite the same symbolic prestige enjoyed by his predecessor. After Dhruvadeva's death around Samvat 54, the throne passed to Bhimarjunadeva, another Licchavi ruler who remained under Gupta domination. Jisnugupta's son Visnugupta continued exactly the same constitutional arrangement. Visnugupta himself appears first as crown prince in his father's inscriptions before assuming power, while another prince, Sridharagupta, frequently served as the royal commissioner and may have been his brother. The succession therefore demonstrates that the Gupta ministers successfully transformed what had begun as an individual dictatorship under Jisnugupta into a hereditary system of de facto rule, even while preserving the outward appearance of continuous Licchavi kingship. The chapter concludes by reconsidering the famous legend of Princess Brikuti. Although the story of her marriage to the Tibetan king Songtsen Gampo has become deeply rooted in Nepalese and Tibetan tradition, argues that its historical foundations are extremely weak. The narrative originates primarily in Tibetan chronicles, which sought to magnify the prestige of Tibet by portraying their king as the husband of both a Nepalese and a Chinese princess. In later religious tradition, these queens were even transformed into manifestations of the goddess Tara, illustrating the gradual blending of mythology with historical memory. Neither Nepalese inscriptions nor contemporary Chinese records mention Brikuti at all. While the Tang annals clearly record the marriage between Songtsen Gampo and a Chinese princess, they remain silent regarding any Nepalese bride. Such silence is striking if Brikuti had truly played the extraordinary role later attributed to her. notes that it would have been highly unusual for a princess of the proud Licchavi royal house to marry a ruler whom contemporary Indian political thought regarded as a foreign Alecha king beyond the Himalayas. The possibility that such a marriage occurred during Udayadeva's exile cannot be dismissed entirely, since political necessity sometimes overrode social convention. Nevertheless, even this modified hypothesis encounters a major difficulty. The Tang histories describe Nepal's alliance with Tibet and the restoration of the exiled king, but never mention a royal marriage that would surely have deserved notice had it actually occurred. Visnugupta's period of dominance proved far shorter than that of his father. Around AD 640 to 642, Narendra-Deva returned from exile with the support of both Tibetan and Chinese allies, launching the campaign that ultimately brought Gupta rule in Nepal to an end. According to the Tang histories, this restoration marked the beginning of a new phase in Nepal's foreign relations. Through Narendra-Deva, China established its first lasting diplomatic connection with Nepal, creating a route of communication that also linked the Chinese court with the Empire of Harsha in northern India. Chinese diplomatic activity quickly intensified after Narendra-Deva's restoration. The envoy Li Yipiao crossed the Kerung Pass into Nepal before continuing to Harsha's court, while another mission led by Wang Xuanzhe followed a similar route in AD 646. The death of Harsha soon afterward plunged northern India into political turmoil. The Chinese embassy was attacked by a ruler identified as Arjuna, prompting Wang Xuanzhe to seek refuge in Nepal. In response, Nepal, Tibet, and China formed a military alliance that launched a successful campaign against Arjuna's forces. The Tang histories record that approximately 7,000 Nepalese soldiers joined the expedition, which ended with Arjuna's capture and deportation to China. A few years later, in AD 651, Narendra-Deva's son was sent to the Chinese court bearing diplomatic gifts, further strengthening relations between the two kingdoms. Narendra-Deva's reign is documented by approximately 10 surviving inscriptions extending from Samvat 69 to at least Samvat 108. Earlier, scholars mistakenly attributed several of these records to Siva-Deva because of incorrect readings of their damaged dates and inscriptions. Later examination, however, established that they belonged to Narendra-Deva himself. This correction significantly enhances his importance in Nepalese history, revealing a reign that was both lengthy and politically influential rather than brief or obscure. The earliest known inscription of his reign, dated Samvat 69, records a grant of land to Shaivite religious schools. Another inscription from Yanggihiti in Kathmandu, also dated Samvat 69, confirms earlier arrangements made by Bhumigupta for the maintenance of temples while praising Narendra-Deva as an ornament of the Licchavi dynasty. Significantly, he adopts the full imperial title Paramabhattaraka Maharajadiraja, the same exalted designation later employed by Sivadeva II and Jayadeva II. His decree is explicitly addressed to the future kings of Nepal, emphasizing the restoration of full royal authority after decades of domination by powerful regents. A third inscription from Patan, likewise issued from Kailasakutabhavana, grants fiscal concessions to a village by exempting it from certain state obligations, illustrating Narendra-Deva's concern with administrative reform as well as religious patronage. Several additional inscriptions continue to document his long administration, including records from Deopatan, Naxal, Patan, and Chiasal. Together, they demonstrate that Narendra-Deva ruled for nearly 40 years. During this period, Nepal became an active participant in diplomacy with both China and Tibet, although the Nepalese inscriptions themselves remain almost entirely silent concerning foreign embassies. While the Tang histories describe Narendra-Deva as a Tibetan vassal, argues that no Nepalese evidence supports such a conclusion. Instead, his reign appears to have been remarkably stable, free from the internal conflicts that had characterized the decades preceding his restoration. Later generations remembered Narendra-Deva as a powerful and victorious monarch. An inscription of Jayadeva II praises him as a ruler before whom numerous kings bowed in submission, while Nepalese chronicles associate his reign with the arrival of the revered image of Lokesvara Matsyendranath. Buddhist tradition even claims that he spent his final years in a monastery. His inscriptions likewise suggest a ruler who combined Shaivite devotion with respect for Buddhism. One displays the Dharma Chakra, the Wheel of the Law, flanked by 2 deer, while others retain traditional Shaivite and Vaishnavite symbols such as the bull and the conch and discus. This combination reflects the continuation of the religious tolerance that had characterized Amsuvarman's government. Examines the phenomenon known as the Two Sirkar rule, a political arrangement in which executive authority and royal sovereignty belong to different individuals. According to this interpretation, Nepal had long been governed through a dual structure in which the king remained the nominal sovereign, while real power rested in the hands of a regent or prime minister. The system reached its fullest development under Amsuvarman and Jisnugupta, but may have originated during the earlier Ahir-Gupta period. Although such an arrangement occasionally produced capable governments, it also encouraged rivalry between competing political centers and ultimately weakened the kingdom by inviting foreign intervention. The collapse of the system after Narendra Deva's restoration therefore marked an important turning point in Nepalese political history. The discussion then turns to Narendra Deva's successors. Certain names found in inscriptions but omitted from the chronicles have occasionally been interpreted as rulers in their own right, rejects this view. Figures such as Skandadeva and Saryadeva are more plausibly understood as crown princes who died during their father's lifetime. Consequently, no separate reigns should be inserted between Narendra Deva and Shivadeva II, whose accession is placed sometime after Samvat 109, around AD 678. Another major event followed a generation later. Chinese records report renewed Tibetan attacks upon Nepal around AD 703, culminating in a decisive Nepalese victory in AD 705. According to some accounts, the Tibetan king himself perished in the campaign. Unfortunately, neither the Chinese sources nor the Nepalese inscriptions identify the commander responsible for this triumph. Although several possible candidates have been suggested, considers Shivadeva II the most likely leader, while acknowledging that the evidence remains inconclusive. Whatever the identity of the victor, the defeat of Tibet restored Nepal's complete independence and brought an end to the period of foreign domination that had overshadowed the kingdom for decades. Attention then shifts to the chronology of Shivadeva II and Jayadeva II. Some historians argued that their inscriptions employed the harsher era, partly because Jayadeva II omitted Amsuvarman's name from his genealogy, and because Shivadeva II married a Maukari princess connected with the family of Aditya Sena. Rejects this interpretation. The inscriptional sequence remains continuous from the age of Amsuvarman through Narendra Deva, Shivadeva II, and Jayadeva II, with no interruption that would justify introducing a new chronological era. Narendra Deva's first inscription immediately follows the last records of Visnugupta, demonstrating an unbroken succession of dates. For this reason, maintains that all these inscriptions continue to employ the same era established earlier, whose epoch he places around AD 568 rather than the harsher era beginning in AD 606 to 607. The surviving inscriptions of Shivadeva II and Jayadeva II illustrate the renewed confidence of the restored Licchavi monarchy. Issued primarily from Kailasa Kutabhavana, they continue the administrative traditions established under Amsuvarman while preserving increasingly elaborate royal titles. Among them, the inscription of Jayadeva II occupies a particularly important place because it presents the genealogy of the Licchavi dynasty. Beginning with Supuspa of Pataliputra and tracing the succession through Vrasadeva, Shankaradeva, Dharmadeva, Manadeva, Mahideva, and Vasantadeva, it eventually reaches Udayadeva, Narendra Deva, Shivadeva, and finally Jayadeva himself. The inscription also records important dynastic marriages linking the Nepalese royal family with the Maukari rulers of Magadha and the kings of Gauda, demonstrating the close political and cultural ties that connected Nepal with the major kingdoms of northern India. The restoration of direct Licchavi rule ushered in one of the most prosperous periods in early Nepalese history. Political stability returned after decades of internal rivalry and foreign interference, while the abolition of the dual system of government strengthened royal authority. The restored kings deliberately preserved many of Amsuvarman's administrative and cultural reforms instead of attempting to erase his legacy. Although personally devoted to Shaivism, they continued to extend protection and patronage to Buddhist monasteries, maintaining the religious tolerance that had become a defining feature of Nepalese society. Economic recovery was equally impressive. Agriculture, irrigation, commerce, and long-distance trade revived rapidly, while diplomatic marriages and commercial relations with Magadha, Gauda, and other neighboring states reinforced Nepal's integration into the wider political and cultural world of northern India. Some historians have argued that Nepal remained under Tibetan domination throughout this period, firmly rejects this interpretation. Following the major Nepalese victory over Tibet in AD 705, Tibet itself became increasingly weakened by internal conflict and external pressures. Its military setbacks eventually culminated in defeats at the hands of Kashmir during the later 8th century. Far from being capable of dominating Nepal, Tibet was struggling to preserve its own position. Nepal, by contrast, emerged from these years stronger than before, successfully defending its independence while consolidating its authority throughout the Himalayan region. To reinforce this argument turns to the celebrated narrative preserved in Kalhana's Rajatarangini. According to this account, the ambitious Kashmiri king Jayapada embarked upon a series of conquests across northern India before eventually encountering the ruler of Nepal. Rather than submitting, the Nepalese king skillfully drew the invader deep into difficult terrain before forcing him into battle along the banks of the Kali Gandaki River. There, Jayapada suffered a disastrous defeat, was taken prisoner, and regained his freedom only after paying a heavy ransom and acknowledging the superiority of his victorious opponent. Argues that the geographical details supplied by Kalhana strongly support the historicity of this encounter. The battlefield is clearly located on the Kali Gandaki River in western Nepal, particularly in the region around present-day Ridi. Such precise topographical references make it highly unlikely that Kalhana confused Nepal with Tibet, as some modern scholars have proposed. Since the Kashmiri historian repeatedly praised Nepalese courage elsewhere in his work, there is little reason to believe that he mistakenly attributed a Tibetan victory to Nepal. Kalhana's dramatic description portrays Jayapada confidently advancing across what appeared to be a shallow river. Once his army had entered the stream, however, the waters suddenly rose, trapping men, horses, and elephants alike. While confusion spread among the invaders, the Nepalese forces launched their attack. Jayapada was swept away by the current, captured alive, and held under close guard after being rescued from the river. Negotiations eventually secured his release, but only after he agreed to terms imposed by the Nepalese ruler. The episode is presented as one of the greatest military triumphs in early Nepalese history. A major historical problem nevertheless remains: the identity of the victorious ruler whom Kalhana calls Aramudi. No Nepalese inscription or chronicle mentions such a king, despite the remarkable nature of his achievement. Does not believe this silence is sufficient reason to reject Kalhana's account. Given Kalhana's reputation as a careful historian, it is improbable that he invented the defeat of a Kashmiri monarch by a foreign ruler. Instead, the disappearance of Aramudi from Nepalese tradition may simply reflect the fragmentary survival of historical records from this period. One possible explanation is that Aramudi belonged to the Gandak region itself rather than to the Kathmandu Valley. The battle took place in territory traditionally inhabited by the Magas, an Indo-Mongolian people whose homeland stretched across the upper Gandaki Basin. This region had long served as an important center of settlement and culture, yet its early history remains poorly understood. Archaeological exploration may eventually reveal political institutions far more sophisticated than those currently known. Therefore entertains the possibility that Aramudi was an independent Magar ruler controlling much of western Nepal. At the time of Jayapada's invasion, the authority of the Licchavi dynasty had weakened considerably. Under such circumstances, regional kingdoms may well have emerged in the western Himalayas. If Aramudi governed one of these states, His dominion might have extended across much of the Gandaki basin and perhaps even farther west toward the Kali River. Over the centuries that followed, however, both the kingdom and its dynasty could easily have disappeared from historical memory, leaving Kalhana's account as the only surviving testimony to their existence. Following Jayadeva II, the historical record becomes dramatically poorer. Although the Licchavi dynasty almost certainly continued to rule, no securely dated inscriptions survive for approximately 2.5 centuries after Jayadeva's final inscription. This absence of documentary evidence makes it impossible to reconstruct a continuous political narrative for the period extending into the early 11th century. To bridge this gap turns to numismatic evidence. Bronze coins bearing the inscription Sri Pashupati provide the strongest indication that the Licchavi monarchy continued beyond Jayadeva II. Earlier scholars often assign these coins to much earlier rulers on the basis of paleography, argues that both their artistic style and their historical context place them firmly in the 8th century. Their Shaivite symbolism also corresponds much more closely to the known religious affiliations of the later Licchavi kings than to those of earlier generations. These coins therefore support the conclusion that the Licchavi dynasty retained both its authority and its prestige after Jayadeva II. Rather than indicating the appearance of an entirely new ruling house, the numismatic evidence suggests continuity. The coins belong to Shivadeva II, Jayadeva II, and their immediate successors, while additional varieties probably represent rulers who followed them. Together they indicate that the Licchavi monarchy preserved its royal status, political legitimacy, and public prestige well beyond the period illuminated by surviving inscriptions, even though written records from these later centuries have largely disappeared. The Chinese records of the Tang dynasty provide one of the richest surviving descriptions of Nepal during the 7th century. Although the account was compiled in connection with events around AD 646, argues that its observations accurately reflect the political and social conditions that prevailed throughout much of the 7th and 8th centuries. For that reason, these records offer an invaluable picture not merely of a single moment, but of an entire historical era, including the administrative traditions established under Amsuvarman and maintained by his successors. Among the most remarkable features noted by the Chinese envoys were Nepal's sacred natural sites. They describe a mysterious spring whose waters could apparently burn with flames that intensified when water was poured upon them. Local tradition explained the phenomenon by claiming that the submerged crown of the future Buddha Maitreya rested beneath the lake, protected by a powerful fire naga. Nearby stood another celebrated shrine surrounded by forests and temples, where tame fish and dragons were believed to approach visitors peacefully, while anyone who harmed them invited both personal disaster and the destruction of the sanctuary itself. These descriptions reveal how deeply natural landscapes, religious belief, and local legend were intertwined in the spiritual life of early medieval Nepal. The Tang account also remarks that Nepal had recently come under Tibetan influence, yet cautions against interpreting this statement as evidence of permanent subjugation. Instead, he views it as a temporary political condition connected with Narendra Deva's restoration rather than a lasting loss of sovereignty. More significant than this brief reference is the Chinese admiration for Nepal's remarkable architectural achievements, particularly an enormous multi-storied palace whose dazzling decorations of stone, pearls, and precious ornaments left a lasting impression on foreign visitors. The Chinese observers also recorded numerous details about everyday Nepalese life. Men wore their hair cut to eyebrow level and adorned elongated ears with bamboo or horn ornaments regarded as marks of beauty. Meals were eaten by hand rather than with utensils, while copper served as the principal material for household objects and coinage. Wooden houses were elaborately carved and painted, theatrical performances were popular, and music accompanied public celebrations. The visitors further noted the Nepalese interest in astrology, mathematics, calendar making, and natural philosophy, suggesting a society in which scientific learning occupied a respected place alongside religious devotion. The account offers a vivid description of King Narendra Deva himself. Adorned with pearls, crystal, coral, amber, gold, and jade, He sat upon a lion throne within a richly decorated audience hall where flowers and incense filled the air. Courtiers occupied positions on either side, while armed guards surrounded the royal seat. At the heart of the palace rose a magnificent 7-story tower covered with copper tiles and embellished with precious stones. From its summit, water flowed through elaborate copper pipes fashioned into dragons and mythical Makara creatures, creating fountains that combined engineering skill with artistic imagination. The Chinese historians also summarized Narendra Deva's political career. They state that his father had been deposed by a younger brother, forcing the prince into hiding before he found refuge in Tibet. Tibetan assistance later enabled him to reclaim the throne, after which Nepal cooperated closely with both Tibet and China. When the Chinese envoy Wang Xuanzhe was attacked in India, Nepal dispatched cavalry to assist the expedition, contributing to the successful defeat of the hostile forces. Diplomatic relations remained cordial thereafter, and in AD 651, Narendra Deva sent an official embassy bearing tribute and gifts to the Tang court. However, the greatest significance of the Tang narrative lies in its economic observations. Chinese visitors were struck by Nepal's thriving commercial life, describing merchants as abundant while farmers appeared comparatively few. Geography largely explains this pattern. Mountainous terrain limited agricultural expansion, encouraging Nepal instead to develop as a commercial intermediary linking Tibet with the plains of India. The country exported grain, fruit, copper, and products derived from yak herds while serving as an essential transit center through which goods moved between the Himalayan plateau and South Asia. Caravans carried merchandise to markets in both directions, making commerce one of the principal foundations of Nepal's prosperity. Industrial production reflected the kingdom's natural resources. Copper was plentiful and widely employed for tools, utensils, architecture, and coinage, whereas silver remained comparatively scarce. Even so, silver currency circulated in limited quantities to facilitate increasingly sophisticated commercial transactions. Sees these monetary practices as evidence of a mature economy capable of supporting extensive internal and international trade. The Tang historians also present a much more favorable picture of the Nepalese people than that offered by Xuanzang. Whereas Xuanzang criticized their appearance and manners, the Tang account praises their physical bearing, intelligence, and scientific accomplishments. Believes these conflicting descriptions probably arose from Xuanzang's personal prejudices against the ritualistic forms of Buddhism practiced in Nepal, or from his first encounters with communities living in the Terai rather than with the population of the Kathmandu Valley itself. In contrast, the later Chinese record depicts a cultured and intellectually accomplished society whose achievements in astronomy, science, and learning impressed foreign observers. One of the most significant discussions concerns architecture. The palace described by the Chinese sources corresponds closely to the multi-tiered wooden structures now associated with the Nepalese pagoda tradition. Argues that this architectural style did not originate in China, as many earlier scholars believed. Since Chinese records indicate that no comparable buildings existed there before the mid-7th century, he proposes instead that the style developed in Nepal before spreading to Tibet and eventually farther across Asia. Rich carvings, painted walls, decorative facades, and carefully planned temple complexes made Nepal one of the foremost artistic centers of the Himalayan world. Although many of these monuments have since disappeared, inscriptions testify to the extensive royal patronage that supported their construction and maintenance. Nepal's influence extended far beyond architecture. During Narendra Deva's reign, the kingdom became one of the principal transmitters of Indian civilization into Tibet. Nepalese scholars, working alongside colleagues from Kashmir, helped refine the Tibetan language and introduce the Gupta and later Lansa scripts that became central to Tibetan literary culture. They also played a decisive role in establishing Mahayana Buddhism within Tibet centuries before the better-known missions of Shantarakshita and Padmasambhava. Religious teachers such as Sila Manjusri and Buddhakirti, together with numerous artists and craftsmen, transformed Tibetan religious and artistic life. Argues that Nepal's contribution to the Tibetan cultural renaissance was comparable to the role Magadha had earlier played in spreading Indian civilization to Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia. The opening of the Banepa to Kuti route around AD 639 fundamentally reshaped communication across the Himalayas. Before this route became available, travelers moving between India and China were forced to follow long and hazardous roads through Central Asia. The new Himalayan corridor dramatically shortened the journey and soon became the principal highway for merchants, monks, scholars, and diplomatic missions. As Chinese pilgrims increasingly passed through Nepal, the kingdom assumed an even greater importance as the cultural bridge linking India, Tibet, and East Asia. Turning to political institutions, argues that Nepal's monarchy reflected broader developments already visible in the Gupta Empire. Earlier, Indian kings had traditionally governed with the participation of assemblies and councils, but by the 6th and 7th centuries, power had become increasingly concentrated in the hands of hereditary rulers. Nepal followed this pattern. At the apex of government stood the Maharaja, or, during periods of regency, a ruler such as Amsuvarman. Supporting him was a complex administrative hierarchy that included commanders of the army, chief judicial and ceremonial officers, ministers responsible for religion, provincial governors known as samantas, and numerous royal officials charged with taxation, justice, diplomacy, and local administration. Despite this movement towards centralized authority, emphasizes that Nepalese kings rarely exercised unlimited despotism. Amsuvarman in particular governed with unusual moderation, frequently consulting respected elders, protecting ordinary people from arbitrary interference by officials, and presenting himself as the guardian rather than the master of his subjects. His successors gradually restored stronger royal authority, yet they largely preserved the principles of responsible government that he had established. Village communities retained important forms of self-government through local assemblies, while large religious endowments, known as agraharas, enjoyed broad autonomy, serving not only as centers of worship but also as institutions devoted to scholarship and higher learning. Economic policy under Amsuvarman reflected the same concern for public welfare. Monetary reforms introduced standardized copper and silver currency, strengthening commercial exchange and reinforcing Nepal's role as the chief intermediary between Tibet and India. At the same time, the government invested heavily in irrigation by constructing and carefully regulating extensive canal systems. Water distribution was supervised through village committees, while maintenance costs were financed by dedicated irrigation taxes. Additional revenue came from agricultural produce, defense levies, customs duties, taxes on luxury goods, fisheries, forests, markets, and certain commercial activities. Even compulsory labor obligations were regulated, with some communities permitted to commute their service into monetary payments. Far from representing arbitrary exactions, these measures reveal an organized fiscal administration supporting agriculture, commerce, infrastructure, and public institutions throughout the kingdom. The surviving inscriptions and Chinese accounts together portray a prosperous and sophisticated society. Agriculture benefited from irrigation and careful land management, while trade flourished along routes linking India and Tibet. Artisans produced fine metalwork, jewelry, sculpture, architecture, and religious images admired by foreign visitors. Caravans crossed the Himalayan passes, carrying goods in both directions, and merchants organized themselves under experienced caravan leaders. A developed monetary economy, based primarily on copper coinage but supplemented by silver denominations, facilitated these exchanges. Although many details remain uncertain, the combined evidence leaves little doubt that 7th and 8th century Nepal possessed a remarkably advanced political organization, vibrant economy, and rich cultural life that placed it among the leading Himalayan civilizations of its age.